and Brief starts now.
What is up, everybody? Happy Saturday morning. Wait, oh my gosh, it's Friday morning. I never do mornings, so I mean, holy smokes, that's why I'm a little off. Happy Friday morning. The great debate is coming to a screen near you. However, they did modify the start time, and the start time is 8 a.m. And so we have an hour. I didn't want to not go live and, have everyone who set their calendars and woke up and was, anticipating this start time to wait another hour. So what I wanted to do was hang out with you guys. Good morning, Moxbox. I wanted to answer questions, engage a lot with you guys in the chat. I just got out of the shower. I needed to wake myself up because I'm cutting out like high caffeinated things, like no coffee and energy drinks. Like this is the most caffeine I'll do. So I'm trying to wake myself up. I had a coffee. I had a hot shower to wake up. See, I can't even talk. I know people will be like, "Why are you drinking Coca-Cola? It's so bad for you." Like, dude, I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke. I don't put anything bad in me. This is my vice. My one vice I have is Coca-Cola. And I didn't buy this zero sugar. My wife accidentally did, but God bless her. Okay, so midnight here in Australia, man, there's people in the X spaces still that were there from last night. I don't know how some people do it. They stay up like all night. It drives it man, my brain is insane right now. I got to get used to being here at like super early. It doesn't drive me crazy. I don't know why that was the thing I was going to say. It's not. It boggles my mind how people are able to stay up that late and function. Like Muppet does it, Mystic does it, Chris does it, Brett Booth, all of these, Amy, all of these amazing people in this community are able to be. They'll be in my show like in the night, 7 to 10 Pacific Standard Time. Then they'll go to an X space. They'll be there all night. And then I'll wake up in the morning and they're all still there. And I'm like, how do you guys do this? How do they do it? And it like, oh, cool, man. Did you guys enjoy? This is going to be funny. I got like, do I look tired? My wife is going to, I guarantee you, when she wakes up and she looks at me, she's going to be like, you look so tired. I'm not tired, I swear. I like just got out of the shower. Did you guys enjoy stew last night? I freaking love stew, dude. I think stew is amazing. 213 is up online. Cool. Is this a video or just a picture? Just a picture. Okay, let's see. Hey, brother-in-law. Hey, brother-in-law. I'm only saying that because we're live and I'm not letting anybody know your name. Did you do any of the clips or like promos or trailers from last night's show with Stu and Matt? There's a lot of good ones in there. Stu freaking was on point. All right. So there was a criticism levied at me last night to not live stream Candace Owens's a debate with Andrew Wilson. If you guys go look, like literally every channel that has a channel is doing it. Like here, I'll show you. So this one is obviously Candace's. It hasn't started yet. All right. Then we have PBD's here.
Texted his boyfriend.
All right. Right. Well, it's not going to, you better knock it off, bro. this mouse. All right, so here's PBDs. Then we have, wait, did I share that? Yeah, I did. All right. Then we have the Crucible. His is here. All right, so that's Andrew's page. Then we have Officer Tatum is going to be doing it. All right. Then we have Tim Pool, who started already.
For sure, if I wanted to, because
we'll listen to, and that's what we're going to do. We'll check out different people. Then we have Brian Atlas from the Whatever podcast. I guess I'll subscribe so that I know when he says things. Sure. Then we have Steven Crowder. He's on here. All right. Then, and we have, yeah, I guess I'll show it. Josh Carr. This is the guy that I'm going to debate. Hopefully we'll do it today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We'll see. And then we also have, no, hold on. It's Friday. This is, oh, hold on. I hate that their music is that loud. It's so annoying. I don't know what Graham Allen, I'm trying to get it pulled up before I hit share. So just give me a second. So Graham Allen and his Tweedledee and Tweedledum did a show this morning. I don't know what it's about. I think it might be about the debate.
Don't care. We have on this show, the Dear America Family, on this show, we have the best music playlist of any.
No, you don't.
Way. I think we've got the best. I think we've got
Okay, you don't.
every day
Oh my goodness, bro.
on today. I've already told you I thought it's blood money.
Oh, here we go.
And ASMR is like those videos that kids with ADHD watch that are like just noises and stuff.
Yeah.
It like weirdly calms them. That's Todd's microphone right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay, Todd, I'm going to put you on the spot. I want you to find the clip of Joe Rogan talking about Candace Owens.
I already know where to find it.
Oh yeah, he's got it saved, bro. Tweedle Todd. So okay, so that's all I'm saying is that I cannot stand his co-host. Yeah, well, I can't stand any of them, you know. I agree with you guys. They are hard to watch. Who do we have? Nellesify? Or is it Nelly? Or is it Nell Esify? Nellesify. I don't know. I'm bad at this. Thank you for becoming a member, though. Goat trophy. Oh, did you guys see it pop up on there? I like it when that happens. This was my brother-in-law's idea. He's so cool. You guys like it when you can see the presents pop up on the back? Okay, that's going to drive me nuts. You could like see the space in between them. Anyway. Oh, sweet sassy. What up? We got Dominic King, or like Dominic and King. Dominic King. I'm so bad, you guys. Keep calm. Or Sarah Sue. Loved your show with Stu last night. Really like him. So do I. You used to watch Graham? Whoa, there's real people like that? What made you switch? I'd love to hear, like, yeah, no, I get it. Like, I used to watch Jack Posobiec and all of those people because they were affiliated with Charlie, you know? So, and I could tell you firsthand, like, who they were and, like, how they acted and what they said before Charlie was murdered and how they act and behave now. Totally different. Totally different. I'm going to have to stand up and grab that thing. I guess I could wait until we get to a part of the show. Oh, here we go, Sarah. What'd you say? You said, okay, I thought Graham Allen was a genuine person at first. It's clear he's been paid out for his opinions and beliefs. I agree with that. Wait, I'm a little confused. Sarah Sue, Your profile picture is Project Constitution. Are you Project Constitution? Or are you Sarah? Help me. Oh, what up, Rob? Matt McKim is my go-to. That's what's up. Thank you. All right, hold on. Let me get these. Thank you for your gift. And thank you for your gift. All right, you guys. So we can hop around while we are waiting for the actual show to start. And I already have it pulled up on both channels. So like immediately when it starts, we're going to be able to hear what they're saying. And so I'll probably we can start with Tim Pool and stuff. And I have some other things pulled up just to keep us entertained. But I just want to point this out. So yesterday, I didn't get to show this on the live last night, bro. And I even switched my mouse, you guys, and I put a brand new freaking battery in it. I have no clue why. It's a different mouse. I don't know what it is. Okay. Just found your channel recently. Love your work. Go Max. Awesome. I'm at home. Thank you for that. Throw that mouse out the window. Okay, but like, yeah, I will. My wife got me one. It's coming. It should arrive soon. I thought I did a good job. You need a new one. Yeah, she got me one. Okay, like, well, look, so I have this one, and they're all, that USB remote. They're remote, they're wireless, right? So this one is for over there. This one is for here. And then this one, which works great, but it's for my monitor, which I monitor this, like the live stream, to make sure everything's going good and the chat's going good. And so in order for me to switch to the one that works great, I'd have to like undo a lot of things, but I'll just not bring it up anymore if it's bothering everybody. Crucible uploaded, smug leftist couldn't defend his trust the science argument. Well, that's funny, Andrew, because you want us to trust the freaking science with the ballistic reports, trust the science with the DNA reports, and trust the freaking experts with, they've done their Cellbrite analysis, their data analysis, and they verified that and Tyler Robinson did send those text messages to his furry gay trans lover. They just repeat these things like ad infinitum, cooking those up now. Yeah, he did. I don't know. Brother-in-law, are you watching right now? Or working? Are you watching or working? He did. All right, let's see. Let us see. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about this. So if you guys don't know, so Charlie used to be like the main figure on Thought Crime. All right, so on Thursday nights, and it was kind of like a behind the scenes. It kind of was like there, I don't know. I swear, bro. Thought Crime on Rumble on Thursday nights used to be this thing where they could be a little bit more raw. They could be a little bit more, I don't want to say authentic because that makes it sound like they weren't authentic. They were authentic. Well, Charlie was authentic, and all of the fakers were always faking it. But Thought Crime always was just a little bit different than like the Real America's Voice and his Charlie Kirk show. And if you can go back over the years and watch like how they were on Thought Crime compared to how they were on the other shows, one was a lot more like TV level quality production, And then this one was like them hanging out, just kind of riffing, going back and forth about whatever. And so yesterday, that show that I have pulled up is from yesterday with those guys on it. You have Tyler Boyer, Blake Neff, Jack Posobiec, and I don't know who the dude in the white hat is with the 47. I don't know. But they were talking about a case, and maybe do you guys just want me to play it? Because the point that I'm getting at is they tiptoe around the idea, the concept, the belief that Candace Owens and all of us are creating conspiracies to try to get a guilty man freed, right? Tyler Robinson. They're saying that they believe we're all doing this intentionally, knowingly, nefariously to get Tyler Robinson off for murdering Charlie Kirk, even though he didn't, but they believe that he did. I don't even know if they believe that or not. Thank you for the gift, Tornado. Could Charlie Kirk have had a child with another woman? Well, half human. Wait. Well, half human on half human on 29 September 2025. Wait, God's Warrior, can you give me a little bit more? Okay. I understand the first part, which is, could Charlie Kirk have had a child with another woman? I can answer that, but I want to understand the later half. Charlie was dead on September 10th, 2025. What do you think happened on September 29th, 2025? I'm not aware of anything that happened on September 29th. And I mean, Charlie had already been dead for 19 days by that point. I do not think Charlie had a child with another woman. And this, I'll tell you why. I don't believe Charlie lied about who he was. I don't believe that Charlie lied about details about his life. I don't believe that he even, omitted things, like left things out, lies by omission. I think that he held himself to an extremely high standard of honesty and transparency. And so in order for me to believe that he had a child with another woman before Erica, I guess that's what you're saying, right? Before he was married to Erica, because I definitely don't think he would have cheated on Erica. Like, he took marriage very seriously. But I don't believe that he had a baby with another woman before Erica, because he was still a virgin when he married Erica. Okay. And I mean, you could even just reference Candace's relationship with him, that he had basically one girlfriend, but even that, it wasn't a girlfriend. She didn't reciprocate. He wanted to be serious and go to the next level, and she said, no, thanks. So no, I don't think that he had a child with another woman. Going back to what I was saying regarding this clip, they are trying to poison the well. And whether they end up saying it outright and matching, or, connecting the comparison between this case and the online behavior and Candace Owens and the Tyler Robinson case, the case that they're talking about is some case where I guess it was 3 years ago, a mom unalived her 3 children somewhere in Boston or somewhere in the East Coast, and then jumped out of the second story window and paralyzed herself from the waist down. But then other stuff came out about the husband, and all of this other stuff came out. And keep in mind, when Erica spoke with Barry Weiss, she's like, I am fascinated. I'm fascinated to see what happens with the Luigi Mangione case and how social media plays a factor in the outcome in that case. I'm fascinated, because she's just she's such an intellectual. But they draw this comparison. So let's see.
Hardcore feminism is, of course, rebellion. And so it's like this rebellion against the established order. And in female media, this is every single story is the same story these days, whether it's Housemaid or whether it's Bridgerton or whether it is The Handmaid's Tale. They're literally all the same story. It's just like this like women's, and not just liberation, like in terms of go to the workplace, it's like anti-male propaganda.
All right, Cliff,
Yeah,
what were you saying?
Yeah, this infatuation with the true crime, and like you said, Jack, this, hey, I know something you don't.
Okay, so they obviously are connecting that part to this Tyler Robinson online decentralized investigation. They're saying that mommy sleuths, online individuals that are fascinated or interested in true crime podcasts, true crime series and shows, and who find interest in these things, that their desire to get involved in a real case in real life, they're saying is motivated, not by good motivations, right? And that like we should all just sit down and shut up, be spectators. Don't try to get involved. Don't try to do any of your own research. Don't try to help out Candace and Barron. And if you do, you're not a good Christian. You're not a good Christian woman. Right now, they're just calling out Christian women. That you just need to be a spectator and let the adults handle everything. Okay, let the experts do what the experts do. Please, can everyone just be a spectator?
No, and I want to be creative, and I want to, uncover the truth. It's kind of pulling from the major conversation that not only are we not having it, but like the mainstream is not having it, which is like maybe these SSRIs and these drugs and all of these things are not the way to cure some of these mental illnesses or these people that are having, mild depression, and we just throw them on all these medications. I mean, not to tie everything back to the 2024 election, but one of the greatest things about Maha was this.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead because I'm going to see if they end up talking about
all manner of illness. I think America, even relative to other first world countries, has a sort of attitude that anything should be curable through the medical system. Mm-hmm. And so they want a pill for anything, even a problem where it's really just, you should toughen up, you should change your behavior. I think
you should take a pill for your baldness and your amnesia.
I think since the advent of social media, since women have stopped watching, because for about almost, 60, 70 years, women were really into soap operas. Mm-hmm. So they filled up their time when life became a little bit easier in the modern.
This is so funny. A bunch of like younger, they're not like young, men are on here just trashing women. What the heck? Like women used to spend their time watching soap operas. And though that may be true with like my mom's generation and, for not all women, like a lot of women that worked during the day, they couldn't watch soap operas. What are you talking about? And that now they fill their time with true crime shows and podcasts. And really, they just need to go. They need to go pray. They need to go get in the word, which obviously we all do. But they're kind of trying to, I wanted to say a word with a D, but it's not a D. Discourage. Yeah, they wanted to discourage women from like involving themselves in true crime series and getting involved. Thank you for that, Brandy Graham. Let's see. Let me pop in on some of these other shows. I actually want to see. So this has not started yet. Let me hit refresh just to make sure. Okay, yeah. Live chat. Has Zamet showed up on here yet? Let's see. True Detective. No. Let's see. Is Zamet happy? No. All right. So that's not yet. Turning Point USA is pathetic for still using Charlie Kirk's. Yeah. How old is this one? 12 hours ago? I like Owen Schroyer.
It's going to be a year. Are they going to do it?
Oh, no. When I did that, I lost Candace's spot. Hold on. I need to pull up another one and put it in its place. Well, here, I'll press play.
It forever? I'm just seriously, are you guys just going to host this show forever? I mean, this is getting a little weird with his name on the screen and everything. It's like, why don't you guys just do your own show?
I agree.
All right, you guys run Turning Point now. Erica runs Turning Point now.
Yep.
You're trying to re-sign all your talent and recalibrate this whole thing here before the midterms. So why don't you do the Blake Neff show?
Yep.
Why don't you do the Andrew Kovic show? Oh, no, it's just going to be the Charlie Kirk show forever. What's next? Is Ben Shapiro going to be hosting the Charlie Kirk show for the year 2027? Who's the next host of the Charlie Kirk show? And then you guys just bastardize everything he stood for and said?
Yep.
And they have a guest on. This is a sniper expert reveals what Candace Owens got completely wrong. The
Matt
Charlie Kirk
Tardio.
show.
Guy's an idiot.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. See, I mean, good Lord, guys. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is like a bad movie. This is like a bad sci-fi movie that we're in. And by the way, you know what? Let me just say something too. Something needs to be clarified. Something needs to be addressed here. Because I don't want things to be misinterpreted. And I don't want there to be a negative result here. We need to be able to separate politics from life. Okay? Let me just do a brief explanation here. Life is good. Life is good. Life is beautiful. There are so many great opportunities out there. You can enjoy your life.
This is true.
You can enjoy your life in so many ways. Life is so good. God is so good. It's all out there for you. Life is just amazing.
All right, hold on. We got some other shows that just started. Let's hear what they're saying. What's his name? Okay, I don't like the actual I don't like their thing that they have. They have like a blow up doll in the background. I think I can make it smaller somehow. Let's go to a different one that started already and see what they're saying. Here, let's go. Is this the Candace Owens live one? Yeah, so it's all right. We'll go here and see what they're saying.
I'm not, I won't let the debate be what it is. But that being said, considering this is probably one of the most newsworthy things we've got going on, not that it necessarily should be, but it is. I figured it's probably prudent to provide not just the fact checking, but the commentary for a few specific reasons. I think Andrew Wilson is probably the best blood sports debater there is on the internet. But understand, and I don't say this with any derision.
What's wrong with Tim Pool's teeth? I never noticed that. I don't watch him ever. Does he have something genetically wrong with his teeth, or am I seeing something?
Blood sports and formal debate are very different things. So I'm curious how he's able to handle this because
wait, blood sport and formal debate are different things. Wow, Tim, that's so insightful of you. Man, we wouldn't have put that together without your help. Thanks for that.
Got to understand about blood sports, my friends. This is what they call it, the online debate circuit. Debate is boring. Anybody who's watched an actual debate knows it's boring. If Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens were to have a formal debate.
Why does this guy keep fixing his shirt? He like 10 times he's like fixing his shirt. Maybe lay off the stimulants, my dude.
Candace would stand there quietly as Andrew Wilson says, the first point I'd like to address would be, and then he'd choose a topic such as, you've made several claims about men in maroon shirts. Now, these people could just be wearing maroon shirts. I think this is speculative. And then Candace would respond with, that is a claim against an opinion. And my argument is simply that you'll need something more tangible. And it's a very boring. Blood sports, it's going to get crazy. And for blood sports, you don't even need a moderator. So I don't even know why they thought they needed a moderator, because what's a moderator going to do? Now, we've done the Culture War debate show several times. We are setting up the new show. We were planning on having some for the fall because that's what we did last year. And then due to some, let's just say, there's interest in making the show bigger than it was. We decided to wait, work on some contracts, and we might do bigger venues like 1,000 seaters. We did
You guys read between the lines. Okay. The Tim Pool show was on its way out the door, failing. They were hemorrhaging money. Okay. They have lost credibility outright. Then he started attacking Candace. Then it seems he got this new infusion of support, financial support, other types of support. And now they've built a state-of-the-art production, like high quality news, recording studio in DC. Wow. Who else has something in DC? TPUSA. The Bachmans gave the single largest donation, $10 million, okay, to Charlie Kirk when he was still alive, to TPUSA. However, and Charlie did say he was going to rename the campus as they purchased more buildings in Arizona where TPUSA headquarters is. He was going to name it the Bachman campus, which they did. However, TPUSA and Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk, they have a brand new studio in DC, and it's called The Embassy. All of these people, whether that's like Benny Johnson, Gary Melton, Graham Allen, all of them, right? All the talking heads, right? Tim Pool, Andrew Colvett, they all have relationships with the government. Benny Johnson on his show the other day was just like, yeah, I've been on Air Force One. I've been on Air Force Two. Like, these people are the new Fox News. I said that months and months ago after Charlie was killed, that TPUSA, and I don't know that we knew yet, like, some of these characters didn't come out and kind of like out themselves right away. It like happened over the last 11 months. But I think now we have a very clear picture as to the network of the individuals that participate in attacking Candace, Tucker, anyone that questions the official narrative to Tyler Robinson, anyone that points fingers at this administration, Israel, Erica Kirk, and so on. And I don't think it's a coincidence at all that a lot of these people now have massive new funders and contracts that will ensure that the lights stay on, the cameras keep rolling, and that they have all been building and have built these new studios. Tim Pool and Andrew Colvett and TPUSA, two of them are in DC, near the Pentagon, right? I don't think that's an accident, okay? Let me make sure. Let me get to some of these. What do we have? Thank you for the trophy cake. Thank you for the gold coin. All right.
Let me put it this way. The culture war debate was such a smash hit where we're live at a bar, 2 and 2 with me and Alex Stein in the middle, that we got interest from some other companies to put on bigger versions. We were doing about 200 seaters. This is blood sports. The culture war debate is not a real debate. It's called the culture war for a reason, where everyone's screaming at each other and there's a lot of jokes. Jason Ellis comes on the show and talks about how he punched a lady cop, and it was very funny. Old story, but very funny. And the show was so successful that the Daily Wire made their own version of it called, what is it called? Like Bar Fight or whatever, which literally the same show. So, hey, look, imitation is the greatest form of flattery as it is.
It's not necessarily imitation when you're working hand in hand with the same people. It's literally, I believe that he works hand in hand with the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro. Amber, thank you for the pregame, or thanks for the pregame. Will you be on tonight? Yes, I will be on tonight. And I'm checking the other channels, you guys, to make sure they haven't started early.
What I expect from this debate going forward. So what we're going to do here is we have about an hour before the debate starts. So I've got a few things to talk about as it pertains to bias in media, which we'll get into, which I think matters for Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. Also, the latest breaking news on what's going on with Tyler Robinson's case. Tyler Robinson did not confess. Yeah. And I just want to make sure this is clear because, I've maybe have been a little hyperbolic previously. The defense is arguing in their latest release, the court documents we got, they're saying even if it's true, what they're claiming about what Tyler Robinson did, it does not rise to fit the death penalty. They're not saying outright, he did do it. They're saying that.
Wow. Tim Pool actually gave an honest take on the defense's response to the prosecution's bindover brief. What do you know? Well, what I think happened was he saw the response from his peers who all came out immediately. All of them came out immediately and said the defense doesn't even contest. The defense agrees. Tyler Robinson and his defense team admits that he was on campus, that that's him on the camera, that he shot Charlie Kirk, that he's guilty of this. No, all you have to do is listen to Octavia was on with Stu Peters. She's a lawyer. Baron Coleman's take on the response, and many others. If you're on X, you would know that multiple lawyers have given their take. And you know what? Don't listen to Andrea Burkhart. That lady is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and is clearly paid out, in my opinion. She just shills for TPUSA. It's so gross. But I'm surprised Tim Pool gave an honest take on the actual. Well, okay. Up to this point, I don't know what he's about to say. I haven't pre-watched this. This is all live.
Prosecution argues he intended to shoot Charlie Kirk, and he did shoot Charlie Kirk. And if that's the case, death penalty is off the table. So we'll break down a little bit of that. Now, I'm going to give you my first thoughts on what I think is going to happen with this debate. And I'll tell you some expectations. Andrew will. So let me give you.
Bro, it is bothering me that he keeps doing this with his shirt. He just keeps fidgeting. I don't know. Maybe it's a stimulant he needs to cool off on. Let's see what Josh Carr is saying.
So that you can see it yourself. If something shocking or crazy happens, I may react, but for the most part, this is going to be a place where you can watch the debate uninterrupted. And then afterwards, what we're going to do is we're going to go into a separate stream. I want to create a separate stream so people can watch it back, where we are going to recap the top moments of what happened, my thoughts, and I want to hear your thoughts as well. So again, that will be a different stream, either directly after, depending on what time it ends, or perhaps even an hour later if I need some time to prepare. I also have another show that I have to go on after this. So we'll see what happens with that. We also have an opportunity, you guys, because we've got about an hour together before the debate begins. And I'm going to give you some updates on that debate, by the way. If you guys want to call into the show today.
No. All right. I'm done with you. Let's go back to. All right. I guess we could see what this guy's saying right now. Hold on.
Let me read some of the chat here. Good morning. We got.
Wait, I don't know. I don't want him to read the chat if it's going to say negative things. Yeah, we'll come back to him. I don't know what it'll say. Nothing else has popped up yet. No one else is live streaming it yet. Like I said, so they're all doing it. And where's Steven Crowder? He's in here too somewhere. So we have Officer Tatum. He's going to be live streaming it, right? We have The Crucible, which is Andrew's show. We have PBD. That's his show. And then we have Candace Owens. All right. But I also had, let me go back here. Where did Steven Crowder's go? So that's the whatever podcast. Oops. Okay, Steven Crowder's is about to start. That's the other thing. Since I have these tabs pulled up, you guys, when their live streams start, they're just going to start it. And so if you hear an audio start, I'm going to have to click over to try to find it. Is Tim Dillon doing one too? Let me go to YouTube. He's hilarious. Is he doing a live watch of this? Let's see. No, he's not. Okay. All right, let me go back here.
Let me explain some what we call blood sports tactics, right?
This guy's such a joke.
This is the placeholder for the time being for excuse me, PBD. They got about 2,500 waiting. So let me give you a breakdown of blood sports. One of the known tactics in blood sports is the humiliation retort. And that is, instead of addressing a claim made by someone, you bust out laughing. So we see this quite a bit in blood sports. And again, I mean, a tactic used by Andrew Wilson. What you're trying to do in an online blood sport is create the perception that you are smarter, you are stronger, you are right, and they are wrong.
Man, it's hard to listen to him, and he just keeps fidgeting with his stupid shirt. Oh, wait. Uncle Tom has got a show right now. Hold on. Uncle Tom is a good guy over on X. I've been in a lot of his spaces. Let's see. Oh, this is Octavia.
He says that Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty of shooting Charlie Kirk.
Why did it stop? Tom, you have technical difficulties going on? All right. Hold on. What up? I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, it glitched out, guys. Hold on. Let me see what's going on.
Let me scoot forward.
Take on it. So I will be showing you that.
All right. He's having technical issues, so I'm going to stay off of that for now. I'll come back and check him out.
I don't think Candace Owens has some of these tactics in her utility belt, as it were. So one example would be, let's say someone said to me, let's say we're debating, vaccination. And someone said to me something like, it is estimated that 5 million lives were saved by the vaccine. Instead of responding to that claim, you just go, you actually think, oh my God. And then what happens is, because we're talking about WWE entertainment, it's like a canned laughter response. So the people who are just dead set on the side of the other person, say on the vaccine, they're going to get frustrated. They're going to get flustered. They'll be like, why are you laughing? Stop laughing. And the people who are on the side of, challenging the debate are going to start laughing too. And they're going to be like, I can't believe they said something so dumb. The point of the laughter is so that regular people who maybe aren't on one side or the other hear the laughter and assume this is a show of confidence and the other person must be wrong because they're all laughing at you now. Humiliation. But you never actually answered the question. There's obviously.
Let me catch up to the live and see where we're at. Or what is he going to do? He just attacks Candace.
Nuclear energy, probably good. Wonder why the stuff that's coming out is nuts. But she doesn't know this. She doesn't know this. Man, I can tell you all about the cell phone stuff. Oh boy. High-speed packet access. So that was like GSM advances to what was called HSPA, high-speed packet access, largely used in Europe. And that got people close to about, I think it was like 300 kilobits per second. Super great. They rolled out what was called HSPA Plus, which was an advancement on this.
What he's saying, hold on.
On cell towers. Whereas the 3G CDMA were like little thin strips. And then the long-term evolution advancement on the 3G CDMA technology was these big bars, a little bit fatter. I could look at a cell tower and tell you what network I was going to have access to. Crazy stuff.
Okay, great.
Guys, I think they probably, and then it's funny because people are like, what about the Van Allen radiation belt? I mean, it's going to fry people. And I'm like, yeah. And I think they just didn't care. Like, they just, first time we ever did it. Do you think that if we did any tests where people were on board and they didn't come back, we'd be like, yeah, they're dead? So,
okay, he's talking about the moon. Great. Let me see what you guys are saying here in the chat. Trigger Smart is also streaming live at 10:45 a.m. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so on our side of the team, I don't know how else to say that. In this whole space, the people I've pulled up are everyone on the other side of the argument. Like, I would consider Matt and other people that don't believe Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk to be on our side. And so I have pulled up the opposition's live streams because I think it's important to know what they're saying and doing. I think Matt and I agree on most things. I know he's very analytical, and I think he's reserved his judgment on some of the things regarding the assassination. I don't know where he landed on his official opinion on what killed Charlie Kirk. I know he's had John Bray on, but he's speculated on a number of possibilities. So I don't know where he's at on that, but I would still consider him on our side of things. And so I know there's going to be a lot of people on our side that are streaming it. But yeah, thank you for that. Mic drop. Thanks. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Team Candace, I got my hands. What? I got my hands sticky eating a freeze pop to watch this. I hope Candace reveals some new stuff today. Yeah, that'd be great. I agree. What's our side? That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't mean to say it like that. I don't know. Who's okay, can a mod time out the spammer in the chat? Who's spamming the chat? Thomas? A guy named Thomas? I think I'm in the wrong. I'm trying to find it. Oh, no one is spamming? Yeah. It wasn't going fast, and then all of a sudden started going fast. What's your opinion on how the debate will go? There we go. I'd love to answer questions on all this. So a couple things. And I haven't had time to like actually watch the debate that, well, and Stu said it really wasn't a debate. The conversation that Stu had with Andrew Wilson and Sneeko moderated, and I could even bring that up and we can look at a little bit of it. But really, Stu's goal in that wasn't to like win, right? It was to make certain points and just to show people how incredibly disingenuous that side of the fence is, right? That they can't concede anything. They will never admit even like the slightest issue with, the Tyler Robinson investigation and trial and case against him, with any of the issues with the evidence, any issues with Candace, with Erica Kirk. And Stu's point was to point those out, but also to get Andrew to formally and publicly admit that he was paid by TPUSA and was, doing everything he was doing because he was paid by them. I think Andrew is okay. Well, PBD is moderating. All right. I hope PBD is in. I hope he flew out too. So, I mean, that makes sense. He would need to be there live too. It depends on how he moderates. If he's going to hold Andrew accountable, to not, but Candace can also take jabs back. She's a fighter. She's a pit bull. And it's not like Andrew's going to make her cower, right? Like Andrew plays rhetorical tricks. He is playing the game of debate. He's not actually debating someone to determine whether his opinions and beliefs and arguments are correct or wrong. He never revises them. He's not attempting to get to the truth of the debate. He's literally trying to win each argument through debate tactics, right? Getting people bogged down in semantics. But I think Candace Owens is uniquely, gifted and experienced in this arena that she's not going to fall for it. And I don't think that she's going to be caught off guard. I don't think he can rattle her. I don't think he could make her cower and, trip up. I think he's going to try to do all these things. I think he's going to try to make her look crazy. But I don't know that this debate will convert anyone from one side to the other. I don't know that. I hope that it does. I hope that this debate does allow people who don't normally watch Candace, because you have to keep in mind, you guys, like most of the people that are Gary Melton's audience, Andrew Wilson's audience, Tim Pool's audience, the majority, they're not watching Candace. Okay. Some are to get intel on her. That'd be like people that are tasked to do that for Gary and these other people's show. But the majority of the everyday citizen who watches Gary and, that side of the fence's shows, they're not watching Candace. So they're only getting Candace through out of context clips and through the lens of Gary or Tim Pool or Andrew Wilson. And so I do hope and pray that a possibility and an outcome from this is that some of the spectators and community members of those shows will get to see Candace in her element, see her balanced, informed takes on this case and pieces of evidence, and possibly convert some people from, Gary's side and the official FedSlop side to our side. And I'm sorry that I say sides. I don't want to create this us versus them. I don't know a different way to use, what words to use and what language to use to kind of articulate that there is a them side, there is an us side. And that's all I'm conveying when I say these words. I agree with like Barron and a lot of other people. I think Stu said it as well last night, that we should not be divided and battling horizontally with other, this is like a class thing. It's an elite thing. We should be battling vertically with those above us, controlling us and running, the world. And so I don't want to engage in things that, follows this horizontal battle, us versus them. However, that's a hard thing to navigate when there are other, I would say in the middle citizens, so like not elites, that are actively engaging in propaganda, lies, disinformation, narrative control, trying to attack Candace, Barron, and others on our side, and trying to railroad Tyler Robinson and get him convicted when if he is guilty, you guys, like if Tyler Robinson is guilty and there actually is evidence to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt in trial, like good, okay, then he should go to jail and get the death penalty. Whoever did this. My thing is, I just want to know that though. Like I want proof. I don't want it to be how it's been with all of these other cases in the past where, they've reached a guilty verdict, but then like we all know, like, oh, that's not right. Or the opposite, a not guilty verdict. I want concrete evidence that shows that Tyler Robinson did this. Everything I've seen is so tainted and wishy-washy and has major issues with the key pieces of evidence. And I would say, you guys, so one of the key pieces of evidence that is the only physical piece of evidence that puts Tyler Robinson on the roof is the screwdriver. Without the screwdriver, they don't have a physical piece of evidence that can 100% put Tyler Robinson on the roof at that time. They have a surveillance video of an ant, of a Sasquatch, of a blurry figure that you cannot positively ID who that is. The screwdriver was initially reported, and it was argued the other day that this was false reporting. Nope. CNN, BBC, and other news networks during the first few hours of the investigation, I don't know, like 24 hours, when they initially reported the screwdriver, they had police contacts, authority contacts that told them the screwdriver was found near the rifle in the woods, which I think they would have needed to be able to continue to argue that he reassembled the rifle in the woods. Remember, they said he disassembled it and reassembled it in the woods. Governor Cox said, Tyler Robinson changed on the roof, assembled the rifle on the roof, disassembled the rifle on the roof, and then reassembled the rifle in the woods, across the street, and then left it. The screwdriver was found by Officer Bagley, and he's an agent, a federal agent, Alan Robertson, was found on the Losi Center roof, supposedly by them when they got on the roof, but the body cam was turned off. The body cam doesn't die in 27 minutes. It was fully charged, can hold a charge 10 to 14 hours, and it just died. It didn't die because it has haptic vibration. It vibrates, it beeps, and it has a big red light that would have notified them that it was about to die. So, and his whole story changed from when it initially was written to the oral testimony, and then in this bind-over brief. Officer Bagley's testimony, I think, is largely perjury. Our side is truth-seeking. At least that's me. I agree with that. Hey, you. I agree with that. Sorry if you said, but will you have an after-watch party or join another? Well, I think after it's done, we can stay on here. We can stay on here and talk about it still. So we can continue the conversation on this stream right after the debate. We don't have to hop off. Okay. Sonia Moore, so thankful for all you do, Matt. BLB is the best. Thank you, Sonia. All right, let's go back and check in. I see a lot of people. I don't know why we lost like 20 something, 30 people when I started talking. This is PBD. Did it start yet? No, it's just the trailer. Oh, his says it's going to start in 1 minute. All right. So his is about to start. Let's see. Candace's. Let me hit refresh. When we watch it, I'm not watching it from their channels. I'm going to watch it from Candace's. She'll get the extra views from us. 55 seconds. All right. Let's see. Oh, it won't let me make it bigger yet. All right, I'm just checking in with the different channels to see when it's starting. What do I have up on the screen? Okay, I have Candace's. Okay. Yeah, his is still not going. Officer Tatum's is not going. Let me catch up. Let me see where Tim's is at. Let's see what he's saying.
The sixth Yusuke, so it says, this is just a continuation of the Illuminati conspiracy from way back, comes out to be true, then it just automatically proves all of their conspiracies. All right, looks like we're kicking off. Max Reddick says, Tim, there are fact checkers there, so the fabrication argument shouldn't be an issue. I still don't think so, because she can say things like, I have a source. This is true. Like, Do you think I don't have sources? And you can't fact check. That's the point of the fabrication. So it says live now. Is it kicking off? I don't know. Lots of people watching. Let's go. I will say this. I'm not super concerned about the overt fact checking. I may want to challenge some of their fact checks. What I'm largely concerned about is manipulation, debate tactics. So if Andrew does it, I'll call him out the same as Candace Owens. I think Andrew is much, much better at blood sports than Candace. So we will see how she handles this one. But Candace is also a WWE type personality as well. Like, she knows how to handle this stuff. And let's just refresh just to be sure. Should be kicking off any second now. Any second, guys.
This guy's
what do we got here? We got another super chat. Downey Mega Man says, Candace is going to make this debate borderline unwatchable. I really think she's about as bad as Brian Shapiro. I got to be honest, guys. I track metrics across the board for all shows. Like, this is my business. This is my industry. I watch all the podcasts. I don't watch them. I watch their metrics. I watch the business. I look at ad rates. I'm negotiating with producers. We talk with talent agencies. When someone comes to me and they're like, did you ever see this guy who's got 5 million followers? I'll be like, it's fake. Like, guys, I don't know everything, but this is my industry. You know what I mean? This is what we track. My business is successful because we track these things.
My business is successful.
What I will say is, I don't know who watches Candace.
I do.
Be honest. I know some people who do. Don't get me wrong. I
We
know
all-
many people who do. What
we
I'm
all
saying
do.
is, when I meet people who watch Candace,
Yeah.
they don't come to me and say, Tim, you're a Zio shill. You're a liar.
I will.
Candace is right. They say, well, I find her show entertaining. It's like a soap. It's fun to watch. The people that I've met have been big fans of Candace. They're like, oh, hey, yeah, you're Tim Pool. Like, right.
What happened? We had like 900 people in here. We had 1,000, and now we're down to 648. Did I do something that I'm unaware of? What happened, you guys? A mass exodus occurred all of a sudden. Okay, got my battle bun and my Candace shirt on. In support. We don't know, but we know. Let's go. Yes, sweet sassy T. Totally agree. Poole is so self-righteous. If he was that good, he'd be debating. His business is being a shill. 100%. Candace's show is still not on yet. I just hit refresh. Yep, not started yet, guys. Let me see about PBDs. Nope, his is not either. Let me go to the Crucibles. Nope, not either. Okay. And Officer Tater Tot. Not his either. So as of right now, you have, Brian Atlas doing his little spiel. We have, here we go. Let's go here. Hold on. Steven Crowder. Let's see what he's saying.
Egyptian planes, obviously incorrect. She never explained it. French Foreign Legion, obviously
wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp.
Oh, what
in the
up?
video.
Hold on.
With a gait or what?
Limp.
Do you see me?
Hold on. Hold up. What up, dude? Uncle Tom. Uh-oh. Uncle Tom. Can you hear me? Let's see. Are you like muted? Unmute. Uncle Tom.
Yep, I'm here, buddy. I'm working. Give me not your fault. I'm just flipping through screens here and stuff. I just, I got my PFP, so you can make me tiny if you want, and then pull up Candace. I'm looking at, she hasn't started yet, so just so you know.
Yep.
I'm keeping an eye on that too. I'm going to make sure that my stream can hear me as well, and we should be good to go.
Cool.
Whenever I'm watching these or doing these watch parties, I really don't say anything because the audience hates that. So I just kind of let it go. And then, but they are going to take a break, or whenever you decide to talk, I'll jump in whenever you want me to.
For sure. Yeah, I got Candace's. Theirs haven't started yet. PBD's hasn't started, and Crucible hasn't started. Tater Todd is doing one. His hasn't started yet. Officer Tatum. Tim Pool has started his. They've been trashing Candace all morning already. Here's his. And then we got Brian Atlas. He's been doing it as well. And then recently I just popped on to Steven Crowder. And so he got his stream going. So, yeah, I kind of wanted to hear what he had to say here.
Mr. Robinson now.
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building, the almost top center of the image.
What are we seeing now?
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of
here we go.
Of the low.
All right, you guys, it's starting. Here we go. Ooh. All right, hopefully everyone got their popcorn. Dude, Uncle Tom, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just haven't done this too much, so I don't know if my stream can even hear my what's going on. But it's fine. It's fine. They can always just come to your stream, guys. If you can't hear audio on my stream, just go to Black Line Brief and just watch it over there, because that's where I'm hanging out today.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, you do okay. I don't want to make you have to do that. So no.
No, I'm not even monetized. I don't mind.
Okay.
I on my channel, not to interrupt you, I rail against the system, so I'm completely anti. I haven't even decided if I want to monetize, because I feel like they're gonna drop the hammer at any time, anyways.
Yeah.
But I do need to get a better mic, so let me switch out.
Okay. You do sound good, but yeah, I just found out about your YouTube channel literally last night during the stream, when I found out that you played, or I don't know if you did it live, but the Stu Peters and Andrew Wilson thing, I didn't even know that even happened, because Stu's not on YouTube, and he didn't stream it to his channel. It was through Sneako's channel. And so, yeah, I just found out about your YouTube channel last night, man. So, yeah, Stu's channel, he said last night on YouTube, is like permanently demonetized, and he can never start it back up again. And when he does, it gets like banned, pretty much for telling the truth. So it's a stupid game that we have to play. Some people are willing to play it. Some people aren't.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Let me see. There are still a lot of people on my channel. So I don't know, but if they can hear me or what, I'm still trying to troubleshoot that. But yeah, no, I appreciate you. I'm glad you found my channel. I did stream Stu and Andrew. This is my best performing stream. It went crazy, honestly. It's funny because I had more people watching my stream than Paramount had or Bronson had watching theirs. I had like over 2,000 concurrent at the time. So it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah. I think the views got at like 28,000 or something like that.
Something like that. I haven't checked in a while.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised you didn't. I heard somebody ask you last night, where have you been? I'm surprised you didn't see that.
Yeah. So, okay. I think it's because even Sneeko, his was on Rumble, right?
Hold on. Wait. It was on Kick.
Okay. So like I wasn't even on Kick until recently. I don't subscribe to like Sneeko and stuff, even on his like YouTube channel, if he has one. So I don't know that my algorithm wouldn't have known to promote it to me, because I mean, now I subscribe to Andrew's shows because like once he threw his hat in the ring. But I haven't like watched enough of any of those people's stuff, I think, for the algorithm to kick it. Plus, I think this happened when I was on vacation, but yeah, I didn't remember hearing about it at all.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that it took place. It was kind of abrupt. And so for my chat, thanks for you guys for hanging in there. I did get it to work, Matt, so they can
cool.
See us both, and yeah, we did it, brother.
Yeah, no, this is cool. Have you heard of a guy named Josh Carr?
No, I don't think I have.
All right. He has a I mean, it's bigger than my channel. I mean, he has like 60 something thousand like subscribers. Let's see, 69,000. He is a younger, white, he's like in his 20s, I think. He's LDS. He lives in Utah. His channel is called, what is it called? Oh, it's just called Josh Carr. But literally, like, his whole channel, I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, he believes the Fed slop. He doesn't like Tucker. He doesn't like Candace. He attacks them both. And I'm supposed to debate with him. We were supposed to do it today, but then this whole debate got scheduled, and we had to like pause it until we found out the time. And we don't even know how long they're going to debate for today.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I haven't heard of that guy. How's my mic?
Your mic is great.
Cool. Yeah, I haven't heard of that guy. So, but I would definitely tune in for that.
Yeah.
Whenever what time Eastern time is your live tonight? Because I'm having a space tonight, and I will be having a special guest.
Ooh. Well, my live usually is 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which would make it 10 p.m. Eastern Time. But I can hop onto X live during my live stream and participate and like listen like on your X space during the live.
Oh, actually, no, you'll be good because it's going to be, I guess it would be 2 p.m. your time today.
Oh, okay. So it's earlier.
And it's actually it's not my space, actually. It's Travis. Nihilo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Nihilo.
Yep. So it's a rare space he's having, and it's gonna be fun. I'll just say that.
Not allowed to say who the guest is gonna be?
Well, you know how it's gonna be. If it's Nihilo, there's gonna be just a ton of people. A lot of different people.
I mean, Baron, maybe?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, because I know Baron shows a lot of his work, and Baron did just show up on that X space the other day and then ended up staying for a long time and I think he enjoyed it. I think we found out that he also, he watches anonymously,
yes.
Which, I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people do, especially if you have a channel. And I've noticed this, it's a natural, I don't know, outcome or consequence that when someone known like yourself or Baron, I'm not on Baron's level but me, or, you show up on a next space and you're not anonymous, they immediately, want to give you a mic and like want to allow you to talk, but you might not be able to. You might be cooking dinner or doing something and you just want to be able to listen anonymously. So, I mean, I get it. I listen anonymously sometimes.
No. I get it too. I just want to give your audience an update. So we've got Candace's channel with 130,000 waiting. This is shout out to D, one of my moderators, and PPD's 12,000 waiting. The Crucible 3,000 waiting. Whatever podcast 8,000 waiting.
Yep. I'm seeing the same numbers.
So then this is going to, by that I would say it's going to crack 500,000 concurrent.
Tim Pool has 10,500 on his.
Tim Pool has 10,000 guys. So
yep, 10,450. Brian Atlas has 8,355. Steven Crowder has 9,985. Yeah, this is going to be one of the biggest. I don't know. Live.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you saw my post, but the other day, but this is going to pay for all of her legal fees.
Yes,
I agree.
Yes.
They're going out of their way to pay her legal fees. So she's going to run her mouth even more, which is hilarious.
It was such a good point. Like, what were they thinking?
For some reason, and where was I? I think, I guess I was in X Space. I was talking about this, but Andrew does this message. He's like, I'm on my way to Nashville, some little short selfie video. And he said once and for all, he's going to finish this once and for all. And I was just like, that's silly. I mean, what do you mean by once and for all? I don't get what you mean by that at all. I think I'm just trying to remember. I think it was it might have been on YouTube. I can't remember, but nonetheless, I was just telling the audience, she's going to have on Monday, her show's going to be 25% larger or 30% larger.
I agree. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
even if it tapers off throughout the week, but that Monday show is going to be huge. And then there's just going to be a lot of overlapping audience. You mentioned Crowder, someone I didn't even think of. So you got Crowder, you got PPD, you've got Tim Cass, you've got all these different people who have been just exposed to echo chamber. Now they're going to hear Candace. They're thinking Candace is evil, some of them, and they're going to say, wait a second, what do you mean the crime scene was paved over in 4 days on a Sunday? Emergency from messages from the governor and allegedly FBI. What do you like? So there, that crossover audience may like bend their ear a little bit, and it may pique their interest. Like, maybe I should watch Candace and see what's really going on here, because Crowder didn't tell me they paved over the crime scene.
Someone had asked me, what do I think will happen today, what the outcome will be. One of the things I pointed out is that the majority of people that have been watching Gary and all these other channels, they're not tuning in to watch Candace. Okay. There may be one or two people that work on behalf of like Gary and Tim and all, Andrew, and this one person is tasked with watching her show for intel to go back to them. But the majority of the everyday citizen is not watching Candace, who watches them. And so all of their information about Candace and her allegations or her claims all come through the lens of Graham Allen, Gary Melton, Tim Pool, and so on and so forth. And so today they're going to see her balanced, measured, educated, knowledgeable takes on all of this. And it for sure will convert quite a few people to her camp, to at least even maybe to start tuning in to see if they were wrong, right? And then, like, I guarantee you, as they continue to watch, they'll realize that Gary and all them have been lying about her this whole time. Tell me if I'm seeing this right. The Crucible is going to be streaming Candace's show. Do you see this?
I wouldn't be shocked.
This is the Crucible show.
Oh, is it there? Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, and he is streaming Candace Owens.
Oh, she probably didn't. They had to work out those details behind the scenes. She probably would have. Maybe she said, "Look, I got rights to this."
But why wouldn't? Well, maybe, but PBD's got his.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
He could be. Well, no, but he could be streaming Candace too. We can't see it.
Oh, that's true. Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, but just for the audience to know, Matt and I are definitely keeping track, and we're looking at this. It hasn't started yet. I already told my audience they were going to be fashionably late with this.
Yep.
And I'm sure the technical setup too, they want to make sure there's no hiccups, no problems. They got to make sure they capitalize on this.
Yep. And if I pull it off the screen, you guys, it's just so that and I'll only pull it off before it starts. It's so Tom and I can have our, faces and not be small on the left. I can still see it backstage, and I have another monitor, and as soon as it is coming on, I'm going to put it right up. But that's the only reason why I have it pulled off, because right now it's the waiting screen. Okay.
Yep. And I've got a phone with it pulled up too, so I'm keeping my eye on it.
Same.
So yeah, I think this is good. Ultimately, it's a net positive. Yeah, it's a bit of a spectacle. We know that, but it's a net positive for the Kirk investigation. If heaven forbid something happened to my significant other and this was happening, I would be really happy. I wouldn't be saying you're ruining his legacy or her legacy, I should say.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, I think it's good. The only downside I've told my audience on X or wherever is that we've missed Candace for a couple days. We haven't gotten new leads, I guess, from
Do you
her.
think that was possibly a obviously I think when these people do things, there's always multiple reasons, but one, they've derailed, well, temporarily, they've put a pause on whatever time, energy, and resources was going into her investigating this case had to temporarily be paused, and any information that was about to be released in her shows that would have happened yesterday and today now are pushed back until next week. And that seems like a possible strategic move that they also were, wanting to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just sent you, I don't know if you have easy access to your X, but okay, cool. I just sent you a video. We can watch it blind, I guess, but it looks like it's new. It's from Andrew. Steven Crowder posted it 20 minutes ago.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm going to pull it up. Let me make it big. Let me share it.
Once you're done with that, I'm going to tell the audience a secret.
All right.
Here's my prediction. It'll look for the first 30 minutes like I'm on the back foot as I draw the position out, and then I'm going to absolutely eviscerate this chick. That's what's going to happen.
Do you think she's going to be able to support her positions?
No chance. I don't even think she's going to try.
All right.
I literally don't even think she's going to try.
Everybody's looking forward to it. Wish you luck, man.
Thank you.
Whatever, bro.
So he's been angry with Candace ever since the Crowder situation and his divorce. I think you understand that.
Yeah.
Which I really didn't follow that. She maybe was in the wrong with that. Again, I'm not sure. I know he went through some stuff, with his wife. So again, I'm not really well versed on that. And people are saying, well, she didn't apologize or this and that. So I think that's so my point was, I think Crowder's in that area, Nashville, if I'm not mistaken. So it sounds like they're hanging out because they're good friends. He's got I think he's got several friends over there. I'm trying to think who else is over there, but yeah, Crowder.
So many.
Yeah. No, the secret I'm going to tell the audience is Andrew is a bit of a night owl. So he does a lot of his work in the evening. He does the TikTok invasions. He's up, and you guys know I message him, and he's up. I get messages from him sometimes 3 a.m. Eastern time. He's on Central, so that just seems to be his realm, is that evening. So this morning thing for him.
Hold on.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it is. Hold on.
That I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for 3 different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So You have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and I will just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, but nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today.
Yes.
Because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Let's go.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So,
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said,
Correct.
was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
Real quick. So I know on your stream, you're going to play it largely uninterrupted. I might have to do things a little bit differently on my end. So if hopefully that's okay with you.
Oh yeah, do whatever you want. Yeah, he's cooked. He's nervous. He's saying 75%. He's been talking like it's
100, right? He was positive, I think it's very interesting. Who do you think gave him that text, Tom?
Good question.
Erica Kirk, who would have Charlie's phone? Well, I guess it could have been someone else on the text thread. It could have been someone else on the text thread, but I would have to assume that it's at least someone within TPUSA, most likely Andrew Colbert or Erica Kirk, right?
Yeah. I think so.
And I don't know why they wouldn't have released that before now. Like they're just now finally trying to confirm that it was the left that Charlie was afraid of. So, oops. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, let's see.
What? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a 30-06 from low C, 150 feet. No,
but you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all
with maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, you know, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since,
well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, like we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
but I want you to respond to 2 points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and
Mhm.
debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5
Mhm.
sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay.
So
You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yes.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is The earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
Patiently till we get to
so
the
that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
Well, he didn't fire the gun.
You, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. So I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any
No, that's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
this
is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check. If all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single day. Utah rule
They want
1102.
to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So
which document?
The bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way.
Why are we on the
left
ME?
common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But no, but your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you let's pull
I am doing exactly what
it sounds like an X face.
Got a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the
Tom, I sent you a message.
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
point, it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
no, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the four?
say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull.
Yes.
They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt?
Eagle Boy.
And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it
I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
She has it. Perfect.
She has it.
If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
Oh my
God. It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
was
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but back
saying
to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only
evidence.
tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it.
Mhm.
And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yep. Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because
I'm
you make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it,
think
if you
And by
that's
the
not
haven't,
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
going to see me on the
some
staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined
But it is
multitudes of
blurry.
evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I you
I
could,
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on
Yeah,
that?
you
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If
Mhm.
his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
Nope.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear us out the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yep. Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely
And
unconvincing.
that's fair. I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like that's just
But
crazy.
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
what
I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay,
I think that's a good idea,
Mm-hmm.
folks. We're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5.
Smoke break.
All right.
All right, you guys.
And I'm going to be able to skip forward because we were a little bit behind.
Yep.
I
Let
support
me
the
mute
vulnerable people.
this.
Just
Go
click
ahead.
live. Just click live. The
Where do you
button.
see that?
There it is.
Yeah.
It's live now.
Okay.
See that little red? If you go down to the bottom, just for the future reference, that
Yeah,
little.
where? Oh, right there.
Yeah, that'll
Okay,
bring you right up to speed. So
Um,
guys, we're all caught up now. Just talking to my audience too.
you're
We're
good.
all caught up, and but man, round one goes to pregnant lady. Oh my goodness, man. Hey, what's up, you guys? On Matt's taking a little break. I stepped away for a second.
yeah, I had to move something.
Okay, cool.
She totally won the first round. Totally.
That was some body blows, man. That was some real body blows.
What I messaged you was, I don't think there's any way that Andrew could actually come out any kind of better way. I don't think he can come out looking good. Like, he's debating a pregnant woman. And so if he tries to be aggressive in any way, it's going to look really bad for him. It already is. He's extremely nervous. His attempts to like talk over her, shut her down. Like, I don't see how this is a win in any way for him.
Well, just that last part with him, the tweets and the overwhelming, and then him defining overwhelming as convincing, and the way she basically dismantled that. All what she kind of did there is proved that essentially that he's a dumbass.
Yep.
Because now I believe that he does believe that's convincing. So all he's doing to himself is proving he's a dumbass.
Yep.
That's like not what you want to do
Nope.
in these situations.
Nope.
Because again, he made it believable. Just to reiterate for the audience, he made it believable that he finds these things convincing.
And we all don't 100%. And that makes him like, we now like are confirmed that he's an idiot. In case no one like, knew for sure. Now we know for sure he's an idiot.
And how far are we into the debate? I think 30 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
It's oh man,
bro, this is so good.
That fast? There's no way they're gonna need the whole day. There's no way they're gonna need like 3 hours,
bro.
I mean, oh,
I'm so glad
this makes me look like a dumbass because I'm friends with the guy.
Like currently, you're still friends with him?
Well, you know what? He hasn't been. I don't know if he's just been busy, but we haven't really been in touch for a little bit because he probably. So I don't know if he's liked some of the tweets I've been putting out, and I'm not going to change who I am. I'm just going to be the same guy. But then his producer, Mr. E, who definitely doesn't like me, he'll get on there, and he'll just kind of instigate because he just doesn't like. It's just weird, like to have this situation where you just want an echo chamber. You just always like Mr. E wants an echo chamber, I guess. I don't know if he just doesn't like having me around or Andrew or what, but he feels, I think, I'm trying to think of the word. He feels just real threatened. And Mr. E comes off threatened by me. It's like, I don't know why, but.
Is that because like you've been in the debate arena? Is that how you kind of know of Andrew? Because of debating and stuff?
Yeah, I haven't actually been in the debate arena. I do debate a lot and online, and I think it's a small pond. So I think we come across some of the same spaces, and there's been times where before I actually started talking to him that he was in a space, I would grab a mic, I would make a few points here and there. I don't know if he remembered me at those times. But it was enough of an impression for him to for us to DM. And I can't tell you how many times we've argued in DMs where I've come out on top. One of them was 1 second.
You're good. While you do that, I'm going to say thank you for becoming a member. I'm going to read these real quick. Candace, Vor Team, Charlie. Thank you, Matt, for streaming this. Nels, Charlie Kirk would be so proud of Candace. Go Max. Don't hold back, Candace. I agree with that. Thank you for the gift, Alyssa. And B. Nelly, thank you for the gift. It's Jen. And then we have Nelly SFI. Andrews is the man who wants to have the last word. And because of that, he thinks he has won. Yeah, he's going to look he looks bad. And then thank you for the gift. Yeah, it's still, I'm live, you guys. It's not paused. Okay. This is I don't know. Maybe you go ahead.
So one of them was when those messages came out allegedly with Erica messaging this what appears to be again allegedly a minor. So him and I were DMing about that quite a bit. And he just made all kinds of excuses, and I'm not going to go through the whole conversation, but I promise you he didn't come out on top on that because I don't know. You can't explain. How do you explain that away?
You can't. And remember, this is the guy that said women that get essayed, some of them enjoy it if they, if they achieve an orgasm during essay. And so that's Andrew. So,
but yeah, just to recap. Oh wait, I got some numbers here. Thank you. Control Alt D. Candace 208,000, PPD 66,000, 3,000. The Crucible 22,000. Whatever. No, Crucible's 22,000. Whatever is 9,000. Crowder's 13,000. Talmud Tatum 3,000. Hey, Control Alt D. What is Timcast? And okay, we see Crowder 13,000.
Tim is at 11,000.
11. Okay, so
and
what's that?
then Crowder is at 12,000.
Yeah, so we're creeping up to 500,000. Not quite.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll break the 500 concurrent. But pretty epic. She's angry. She's channeling Charlie right now.
100. Yep.
And I think that's what we all kind of prayed for. And it's coming to fruition. These breaks are not going to help Andrew because he's smoking and she's with her team.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? She's with her team, like breaking down what's taking place. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's hear what I'll keep the screen up, you guys, but I kind of wanted to see what Brandon did. Oh, never mind. Hold on.
Are they back?
Yep. Hold on.
Just an FYI for those of you that are watching the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent they're watching. Support Andrew Wilson.
No.
That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now, just so you know.
PPD is being fair.
This is free for all.
But he's
that's what we like, freedom of speech.
He's just in it for the money.
Let's go back to the tech conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside,
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about
it was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that some might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a fledged confession.
Yep.
He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
you're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on,
you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell.
Yep.
Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents,
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct
it's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote misquote you.
confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
His foot
And
shaking.
I'm telling you that we
He's
have
so
not seen any
nervous, dude.
evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And
that
I'm
that's
saying
true.
it's the charging dock, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging dock, and the
Yes.
other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you wanna
back,
see
and then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay
not,
with that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
and
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet.
trust us.
She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that,
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check.
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
No, they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Correct.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
like, if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these
but that's
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN.
No.
They would be shouting it from the rooftops.
No.
They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
This is
lecture you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is-
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny-
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. and
That
I'll
is not
explain- I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not.
No,
That's not true.
Nope. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Nope. To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable.
Yep.
There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I
there.
understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that
I'm
we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this.
Yep.
They now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff
Correct.
they gave to them like the week after. You
Correct.
guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff
Yep.
that they gave to them. Right
They
after
withheld till
preliminary
the
hearing that
end.
They had been asking for, because that was one of the things that I kept saying
Yep.
on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And
Right.
that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no, yeah, there's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into the evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of
Yeah.
what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the
Please.
groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding
nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get it.
welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
that
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state
Right,
is
the
using hearsay,
moderator.
but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence.
Yep.
Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase. I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing.
Nothing.
We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture, and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, it's muted. I'm going to pull it off.
Just keep me posted on my mic.
You sound perfect. Thank you.
All right. Good.
You go first.
I mean, I think there's a lot of polls in. Let me make sure I'm unmuted. Hey guys, sorry, I'm unmuted now. I'm just here talking to Map, as you can see. But yeah, there's a lot of polls that I'm seeing, guys. If you see the polls, just let me know. But I see Dave Smith with a poll here, 8,000 votes. Candace is winning 66% to 33. So yeah, I don't know what else to add. She's just she's almost kind of made it boring. She's done so well, and it's not even contentious. It's but yeah, what are your takeaways?
Yeah, I pulled up on the screen the different polls that Dave Smith did. I don't know who God's Servant's poll is from. Maybe also Dave Smith. But yeah, our poll was like the same, was that Candace is winning. Ours was at like 99%. Candace is winning. But of course, on Tim Pool's show, it says Andrew is winning. I think that, let me pull this back off. Yeah, I think that she's winning every point. I don't see him. I don't think that there's one part of this yet where I was like, oh, he got the better of her on that exchange. Am I wrong? Did he get one yet?
So I mean, I think we're both a little biased, but I mean, I try to be fair, but I don't know of one. Now we are getting into what seems to be like will be another half of the debate, which is the claims he's alleging about Erica, TPUSA, and so forth. I think that is maybe a good point that he made. He's like, hey, why not just come out and say, hey, I don't trust it. It doesn't look right, as opposed to ascribing blame to certain parties or implicating or suggesting. But that said, I think this happens in every single homicide case, in that, hey, if the investigators do a press conference and press asks the investigators, hey, do you guys have any people of interest? They might say, yeah, we have a couple of people of interest. Or they might even say, well, we're looking at the boyfriend. He's not a suspect, but is a person of interest. So she's got people of interest. I don't see why that would be a problem.
Dude, guess who disabled their live chat?
I couldn't even guess.
Brandon Tatum.
Oh, really?
It's completely disabled for this whole stream. He won't allow a live chat for the whole stream.
Because people are pulling up in live chats and they're like, hey, I just stopped paving a crime scene to come
watch this.
To watch this.
So good.
It's going to be full of those kind of comments.
Oh my gosh, Tim Pool disabled his as well. Chat is disabled for this live stream. Let me go back to her. She's still not live yet. Okay. Yeah, look, Tim Pool's chat is disabled for this live stream. And let's see who else disabled theirs. Let's see if Brian Atlas disabled his yet. No, his is still going. They're still not back yet. Let's see about Steven Crowder. His doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have an option to have his live chat, so his must be disabled as well. I can't even click on it. It's not even there. Yeah.
So the only debatable point so far, a little bit of back and forth about suggesting or it was suggesting what the parents may or may not do, but really it just comes out. I mean, I could see both sides on that. I could see myself saying, hey, my son didn't do it, but I could also see myself listening to what the attorney, is telling me. If the attorney's saying, hey, don't speak to the press, then I probably wouldn't speak to the press. Now this Mitchell, what was up with the Mitchell Robinson? The person who
Mike Mitchell. Okay, Mike Mitchell is the LDS, the scoutmaster, the former police officer that helped. I think all he was brought in was by the parents to help get Tyler surrendered safely. And so we don't really know what his testimony is. We don't know what his statement is. We don't know any of that. And same with the parents. But I would argue what Candace is arguing, that like if there was some damning stuff in those comments, in those statements, they would have, put those up on during the prelim. I mean, they put in hearsay all the time. Like the whole thing is hearsay. Why wouldn't they put in hearsay from Tyler's mom and dad and Tyler's scoutmaster that supposedly ID'd him, called him, asked, where's grandfather's gun? And then, he supposedly confessed to them, to Mike Mitchell and to the parents. And then that's what made them help him turn himself in. Yeah. Did I answer about Mike Mitchell?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's who he is. And we don't know what the actual role he played, but I think it was his prior service, being a police officer, his contacts with local, police department people that are in those police departments. He helped contact someone that he trusted to get Tyler surrendered safely because the feds were everywhere. I think the parents were nervous that they would surrender to the wrong group or the wrong individual and something might happen to Tyler. So
gotcha. Okay.
You think Andrew's smoking on every single break? I think he is.
100%.
Yeah. He is so nervous. He's shaking. He can't help it, man. It's so obvious how uncomfortable he is and how nervous.
What's his give send go at?
Wait, he has a give send go? I'm gonna pull that up. Oh yeah, that's right. He did do that. Let me pull that up.
I wonder if it cracked 100,000. People were kind of laughing because it didn't. He was trying to. His goal was 300K, but wasn't.
Do you really think he paid out of his own pocket, or do you think that money was given to him by Turning Point?
I think that. I think that he probably got some crowdfunding.
He has raised $69,763 so far.
Oh wow, that's really low.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been like what? They announced it on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, I thought he was going to get to 150K, honestly.
No. Yep. And I doubt it's going to go up after the debate.
No, but and that would be all just sympathy like payments.
Yep. And I don't know, is there a way to see how many each like are these smaller donations? Oh, it does kind of show recent donations. It's a lot of small.
Somebody gave him 15K a Matt Morris.
Oh, really?
Yeah, somebody gave him the quartering gave him 5,000.
that YouTuber called The Quartering. This is crazy. 0 Hour is saying Candace Owens is getting demolished right now. This is crazy. These people are so delusional.
Yeah. I think the only place where he can get her bogged down is when it's going to be about how she has spoken about Erica and Turning Point and TPUSA. But even then, I think she's going to be able to defend it with all of the what would be like circumstantial kind of data points of the lies, the how they've backtracked and gone the opposite direction on what Charlie was doing and saying at the end of his life. I think he's going to try to make her look really bad in this segment. And I think this might be the only segment that he might come out more on top. But I don't know. I think she could still defend it pretty well.
Yeah, I don't think she's had too much time to defend it. She's too close to the case. He was just at a severe disadvantage the whole time. I think his brand will grow from this still. I mean, any awareness sometimes is bad. Sometimes
I mean, that's true.
Bad publicity. So he's still going to be fine, but the memes are what everybody cares about, and they're starting to already come out. And like, I'm not ready for the memes yet. Somebody said his foot's bouncing like they're gonna make him take a breathalyzer. Because he drank. They catch him drinking.
That's the other thing that bothers me about TPUSA partnering with him is that his whole public image is 100% opposite of Charlie. This guy like smokes on camera. He drinks alcohol on camera. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I don't do those things. But I've been sober since 2018. Charlie didn't do them. But like when you're partnering with someone and like your guys' public images become combined a little bit, whether you wanted to or not, that they chose to have their, like, he's like their number one, defender right now, be someone who's, as a man, is just totally opposite of what Charlie was. So.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, he did speak bad about her wife.
Yep.
So, and I'm mentioning that because he claims that Candace has caused a lot of trouble for Erica, but she also said some bad things.
Yes, he did himself before he started working for them, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just like I said, I'm kind of just going through some of these memes because that 0 Hour guy, he's got over 160 comments. So I just know anybody claiming that he's winning, just look at the comments and the amount.
Yeah,
it's going to be a ridiculous amount of comments per likes. Because people are just going in the comments and saying, like, what are you rewatching the same debate or what? Like, yeah. So,
yeah. Let me read a couple of these before they pop back on. Sweet Sassy T, thank you for waiting till break to chat. Yeah, we're here to support you and we'll join in on room chat. Yeah, I thought I was gonna like pause and comment as we go. I'm not doing that. I wish I would have not done that in the beginning. I think a lot of people saw that and they're like, yeah, no, we want to stay live with everyone. And I realized that after the fact. But yeah, I'm not gonna pause during the show. Here we go.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's
Yep.
use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use
there's
a word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going to
a
ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get
okay,
it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know. Oh.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with this
but-
debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go
Let's
like where you're
go.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embrace her.
Yep.
I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because you know,
Yeah,
it's
but do you
ju-
have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, you know, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, you know, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did.
I
what she said.
never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is why
and play
people
it,
think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah, of them being involved.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And
Involved.
I'm going to put that out there with full
Well,
confidence.
think. When you
They
say
also
think,
involvement.
that's an opinion.
Yep.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any government.
government.
Positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think,
Yep.
and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said,
Oh my God.
I did say I think.
It's with full confidence.
Yes.
Yep.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think.
Yeah.
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate.
Yes.
And now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent
that.
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think?
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Yep.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel
No.
and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying
With
to
the
regulate
foot,
and
bro,
say,
the
you
foot.
can't
Very
say, I
defensive, and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would
Let's
like
see-
for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because
Yeah,
it's pretty.
let's do it.
I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ.
Yeah.
So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like,
Perfect.
yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes,
Okay. I mean,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked him to
different
say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say-
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they if they didn't come get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say,
follow-up.
"Hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did
I-
you-
so actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mhm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
government.
you
Ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that,
to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it.
Yep.
And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
Yep. So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
Yep.
Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the
car. That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per
He's
year.
doing anything he can.
Yeah,
But
but
also
see,
your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a-
He's
there's a
trying to
video they
trap
wanna
her with the
play
way he
of,
words the question.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance?
Yep.
How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, it's what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
December 14th.
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit? And in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk,
there's no
if
way
she believes that. How would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No,
Yep.
But that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when,
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her.
Yep.
Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly.
Yeah.
She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was.
They need to pull up her lies.
By that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending.
Pull up Erica's lies.
Getting to know Erica.
Okay. So the complicit part about Erica.
No. I'm
is that
saying
a gut
Candace.
feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I don't.
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
So you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
Yep.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No. Come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
Now he's saving
I was
face.
invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
Okay, you stood, whatever.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her the
maybe-
hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting
I
that
reached out to
people have been
TPUSA.
asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I, just
and don't
think,
have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have they don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
it's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that
No.
there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was
Mm.
actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around
Yeah.
this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man, because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical about
exactly.
Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then
Mhm.
you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're
Mhm.
like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they
Yep.
don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
should we take the organization?
No,
over?
but it makes sense why you would go home to your kids. Just so
Yes.
you know.
Wait a second. That's
Yeah,
bizarre. You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy.
Yeah,
right.
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
No.
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this is
it.
why people think she's
and
sus.
his children.
Yep.
Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense.
You
I'm
are.
not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not
there's
qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to run
Perhaps.
that to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I
Your
think-
team.
I
it's
didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that
ABS plastic.
we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure-
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to make
is.
sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the
Oh, man, this is
the gun is being
terrible.
fired. They're looking away for where the sound is.
This is so bad for
like,
him.
where's the
That's his
actual explosion?
evidence.
Well, for every person that
People
you say
looking
looks away,
around?
there's going to be a person that was looking forward.
Yep.
We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt.
Yep.
Right? You obviously saw
Rob O'Neill.
Rob O'Neill
Yep.
go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it
Pierce
was. where he
Morgan.
said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin
Yeah,
Laden.
and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw.
Mike
We
Ritlin.
should actually, since they're pulling clips,
Mike
we should
Glover.
run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
Yeah,
he
let's
observed
run
in
the
his
clip.
experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
That's
not,
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
okay. So question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well,
A
it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great
2,000
question for
something
Grok. I'm going to
pounds.
say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything? Did
Because
he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say.
This guy.
If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the
you're
truth.
just- no,
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving
one
in
of your
air
thing-
has to move out of way of
Okay,
bullet.
but maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
You can fact check it.
Your
Fact check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt.
His
shirt
necklace
cuffs.
broke.
Here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the way here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
The-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes. That's
Exactly.
fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate
Mm-hmm.
it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace
He's
breaks
making
first
shit up.
before Charlie
Yep.
even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
wound.
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
It
platform.
looks like
Explosion
gas.
generally has smoke.
Some.
I
Some
don't
don't.
think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if
No.
not the same type of
No.
explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence that was in the part, and I also at
when I
that
was
episode
speaking
that
to
you're
John.
clipping
He didn't
said
come.
John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my
fine. That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
Yes.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
Let's go.
And you're able to.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down.
Oh my goodness.
So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down.
Oh my
The
God.
disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be
What
very
is all
quick,
this
very, very,
nonsense?
very, very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right,
I'll
you
let
guys,
let me mute it. There's a couple things I want to point out real quick before we. Did you notice that he has his valuetainment sign there over his left shoulder?
Of course.
And they've agreed to allow. She has full control over like what is and what isn't happening. I've noticed multiple times, like she gets to say yes, play that or not, and whatnot. A couple things. It's 2,600 to 2,000. Wait. Where's the pounds? 2,900 FPS produces around 2,820 feet per pound or feet dash pound
Per second. Oh wait, are you talking about for the
for the
pressure?
30-06.
Pressure. Okay.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Because yeah, feet per second as far as speed, but then you're talking about like the pressure also.
Yeah, I asked about how many pounds does it deliver on impact, because that was
Okay.
what she was
Pounds of
saying, right?
force.
Yeah,
Pounds
pounds
of
of force delivered. And so it says roughly 2,800 to 2,900, and it says feet dash pound at the muzzle. A common 150 grain load at about 2,910 FPS produces around 20 or 2,820 feet dash pounds. Do you see that?
It's a bit small, but what point
Oh,
were you
okay.
going to make?
Well, just that
About the shirt moving?
Yeah, well, just that she was saying of how much pounds the bullet would deliver on impact, and that she, and I don't know anyone else that said that has studied terminal ballistics that argues that it's going to create enough vortex around it to make that shirt move. That's his argument. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the table. That the bullet moving through the air would cause enough, vortex to make the shirt move and make the necklace break. That was his argument, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I just want to point people to this real quick. So Mike Ritland had Mike Glover on. It's this one right here, and I don't have it timestamped. They both go over. It's the center one. They go over that they believe it is an explosive on his chest, like on the mic, and then also this one where Mike Ritland has on this SAS sniper who has shot people with a 30-06 specifically, and said, he's been looking through the scope when it happens, and never has he seen anything happen like what they saw on video. And he believes it's an explosive as well. So the three of them, SAS sniper, Mike Ritland is a former Navy SEAL, Mike Glover, former Delta Force guy, all of them say they don't believe that it is a bullet wound and a 30-06, and they believe it's an explosive. So add that to the Rob O'Neill list.
Gotcha. And then something that hasn't been discussed. By the way, how's my mic? Because
it's perfect.
Okay, good. All right. So the other thing is, what about just the physics of being impacted by such force? Are you not going to be blown back out of a chair? I mean,
that's a good point.
You know what I mean? It's like some people would argue that you'd be just like blown backwards pretty substantially.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that real quick as well in this on my chat thing. That's a great point. That like supposedly the bullet impacted Charlie with around near like 2,800 to 3,000 pounds of force, and it had enough vortex to snap the necklace, move the shirt, but then it loses all of its, actual force is stopped by Charlie's C2 down to his C7, and doesn't exit, but also doesn't knock him off the chair, doesn't actually push him back. The explosion sends him up. If you remember watching the video, he kind of gets moved up in his seat, and then he has his decorticate posturing, and then he kind of as he comes down, then Dan Flood pushes him over. I think, it would have nearly decapitated him, in my opinion. And it would have probably knocked him back out of his chair.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a bathroom break, and then I'll get back to it whenever they come back on.
Okay, sounds good. And then I will put this up on the screen, and I'll unmute it so that we know exactly when they come back. And I'm going to finish typing this in the question. Oh, let me get to some of your questions, and then I'll type that in. All right, because I didn't finish where had I left off? Sweet Sassy T, thank you for waiting till break to chat. I'm here to support you, and we'll join you in the chat. Yep, thank you. Thank you for the gift. I bet George is smoking his cigar outside the house waiting for this to end. I think he's watching. I think he's paying very close attention, because they are trying to trap her. They are clearly trying to trap her into making a claim in a statement that could be used as defaming, Erica, TPUSA. By the way, he words the questions. He words the questions in a way to make a previous statement, which was an opinion or a thought that she's made. He wants her to actually make it an actual allegation. And that's why, I think George is watching. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gifts. Andrew may not concede, but there will be signs. When the foot shake became the leg shake. Yeah, I agree. Zamit, what up? Dumbass meets badass. Guess who is which? Oh, you mean, I think, what's his name? Patrick Bet David and Andrew Wilson are both of those things. And I definitely think that Patrick is, well, for the beginning, he was like only questioning Candace. I'm glad that he started to kind of support some of the things that she believes. And then he asked Andrew a question, and I watched him squirm, and I thought that was hilarious. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Christian, I don't think it was possible, but we just witnessed Andrew Wilson attend his own funeral. I agree. I don't think that he's going to have a positive impact from this. Maybe, I mean, looking at the chats, you guys, in those other people's channels, sadly, they do. I don't know if they actually believe it, but they're saying it. The polls are saying that they believe Andrew's winning, and the people in the comments, in the chats, are saying that Andrew's winning. I don't know how they're coming to that conclusion, or if they're bots, or if they're all people that are paid, you know, and on their team. We're all watching the same thing. We're all watching the same debate, and it is so clear that Candace is coming out on top on every single point. I'm not being biased. I swear. I'm just saying what I'm watching. I don't see, like, the moment Andrew wins something, I'm going to be like, I think he did better in that back and forth, in that exchange. I just don't see him. He hasn't had that yet. Am I wrong? I don't think he's had one yet. Yeah, I think he is a disgrace, and he is making it even more clear what a disgrace he is. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift, Ray, Marie, and Mustang. Yeah, and so I'm nervous to try to play a different video of Mike Ritland and Mike Glover and miss. Oh. I got to mute him. Sorry. And then I can find the timestamp, because I want to find the parts in those where Mike Ritland, Mike Glover, and the SAS sniper all say that it's the exploding mic. Maybe I'll play that another time. I don't want to play it and have her pop on. So
I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if you want to read that, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out where would be a neutral source, a neutral poll. But let's face it, if all of the new media, which is, we need to come up with a good euphemism for them now, because we know they're basically mainstream media. Mainstream media is new media, synonymous now. But trying to figure out, so they're all going to be biased as far as the polls go. Dave Smith, I mean, his may be biased. I mean, he speaks against our greatest ally as well, so his might even be biased, and she's winning on his. So I really don't know a good way to measure, but I guess one measurement might just be how many viewers does she get next week. I think this is compelling. She's made some compelling information, or some compelling points, I should say, and I think I believe in our fellow citizens to kind of do their own research and look into things.
yeah, I agree that obviously we have our our biases, and it'd be great to get a poll that's done by a neutral, impartial party, to really see what the general, and their bias, right? And their community is going to be biased. But a poll that maybe encompasses everything, I think, would be beneficial. But regardless if we're biased, I just am saying, like, if he wins an exchange, I'm going to say it. I'm going to be like, I think he got the better of her in that exchange. I just haven't seen one happen yet.
Yeah. No, I think the audience knows, both of our audiences know we'll try to be unbiased. But I'm like, I think the polls conversation is interesting. You said I'm sure the Crowder poll, the Tim Pool poll, I'm sure all of these polls say
say
Andrew's winning.
Andrew, but I just don't see how. I really don't see how.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe because there's a little bit of she's taking some time to not. I don't want to lack a better word, evade.
Right.
She doesn't want to necessarily own certain positions. I mean, these people doing the poll or answering the poll, they're not that technical. I think it just comes down to bias.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah,
and they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun.
Yeah,
Twigs'
I'm
DNA
saying that.
is
I feel like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
We all were.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
Bringing it up.
So stupid.
Straight to jail for questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Yep. Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why,
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind of filling the air.
If your
with
entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
Yep. But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
turning
is
points
to-
like we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The
if
thing
I
is, though, is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was
No.
overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and
Yes.
you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that
Yes.
I've
And we
said.
got through-
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are
I'm
extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked about
Okay,
them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
The
for
one
7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
we
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
No videos playing.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's
Oh,
been,
wow.
or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the
But-
contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back?
PBDs.
Okay, beautiful.
You feel bad for Andrew.
Yeah, I think so. There's no clip. What's going on? We're just looking at them.
You
Your
need the
team,
Jeopardy
your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says after.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this preceded us
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but
Yep.
I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other
Correct.
profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll show the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'll show it on my show.
Okay.
Oh
That's
no.
what I'll do.
He
I'll
is
show it on my-
Can I ask why?
squirming.
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want.
So he's going
Well,
to be
I also would just-
investigating that. Well,
if I
thanks.
may
I'm
ask a
glad we got
question,
another
is that all
investigating.
permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly.
He
what it
doesn't
was.
know what the charges are.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you
want to
name
make sure that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general
Please.
perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even, this is like
Name all 7.
and I
You
think
name
I-
all 7.
I
Then
can.
do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go.
you don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them. Name 'em.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay,
a death
so
sentence in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. Just explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
yeah,
No,
the
she's
more you
not
cut
going
me
to go
off,
at
the
your
longer I'll take.
time.
Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, she's not
I'm
gonna
going
play
to
your
do
game.
that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know.
I know.
He
all
didn't
7,
know
but I'm just
why.
going to say again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah.
Oh
See,
my
the thing is when
God.
you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Yep.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
Oh
That's the
my
distinction.
goodness.
You just want to
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being
Holy
up for the death
smokes.
sentence. And
Oh,
I actually
no.
find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling. of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try
Right.
to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine and pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
Got him.
If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Yep.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7,
violent
I said offense
offense.
in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You
Now
can check my
you're
phone?
accusing her of
Now do you do
cheating?
it, because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
up. I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
Oh, I have a
Oh
signal. You can check
my
that too.
goodness. He's
I only have
accusing her of cheating.
Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
No
You
more.
just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There.
No.
Yeah. Do you
to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke
out of
to
this
the
woman's
owner,
house.
understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that,
Yeah.
but-
So that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain. I've
To be
done-
submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then you should
under-
remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about
Yep.
how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there.
Yep.
I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time.
Yep.
I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well, wait a
the state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed-
You mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah, you're saying
great. So
official
then your official timeline, Candace
in a
Owens' official
different
timeline
capacity.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there.
They haven't investigated
and
it.
the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm following
on
owners of
X. Do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following combo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse
You
where I'm
couldn't
like,
name
oh, it's
one.
murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you didn't. No, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh, man,
aggravated
that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that,
He knows
let's
he
point
lost
this
it.
out. One of the major things
Yeah,
here is that
yeah.
this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
It's her show.
Yes. Who else
She's
could it be? Who else?
Yep. Not
There
the
would be
authority.
Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't know what
What's
his
your
issues
with
with my time.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse.
Mm.
And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. Obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here.
Oh my goodness.
Because you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. No hard evidence. Anyway.
Good.
Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5-minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
Holy smokes.
Oh man.
Bro.
I don't even know what to say. Hey, what's up, chat? Thank you guys for sticking around, watching the debate. Yeah, everybody's crashing out in my chat. I'm sure in yours also. This is I don't know what to say. Like,
it's a dumpster fire.
It is. And I pride myself on being able to tangle with people online, but I am not ready to debate Candace. I'm nowhere near prepared to debate Candace.
No way. Yeah. And just to let everyone know, if someone left, don't leave. We're still going to watch it. It's not over yet. I just pulled it off. I'm still monitoring it. As soon as it comes back on, we're going to put it back up. Yeah, she clearly, he thought he had her on a got you. So he couldn't name one accurately. And I don't think that's a small thing. I think it's a big deal that he couldn't name just one of the charges accurately, right? And it is a big distinction between murder and aggravated murder. And especially in this case, it's a big distinction. And then he thought he was going to get her by saying, okay, but you have to name all. He was so giddy. He was so impulsive. You could tell he thought he was going to get her. You have to name all seven. Name all seven. And she's like, I will. And then he's trying to pressure her onto his time. Okay, do it now. Now I'm going to count it. Let's go. And no, she controlled that whole situation. Named all seven, explained some of the differences and why that's important, and did it on her own time.
Yeah. It's a little bit, that whole thing was a debacle, especially in someone else's house. And then on top of that, especially in someone else's house that's like an utter celebrity, like top tier celebrity. It's just it was bad, and I still am trying to figure out where his logic comes from that she would need to name all seven. I think he was doing a callback to her trying to do maybe a gotcha. So he's like, okay, I'm going to do a gotcha, which I guess is okay, but it just didn't work out how he wanted it to. But I think if she even named two of the charges, she would have been better. And he just still needed to name one. And he said it's ridiculous. And he's smart enough, he should be smart enough to know that that's not ridiculous. And now, if you ask me, I don't know the difference. I didn't really know the difference. I'm not a lawyer, but like aggravated murder and murder. But clearly there is a difference. I trust her when she says that. Clearly it's a big distinction. And for him to just try to explain that away as if there's no distinction there is also problematic. So It's been kind of exciting overall. It seems like it's been 90 minutes. I can't even believe it's been what, like 4 hours.
Yeah,
Like
that's true. Oh my goodness, you're right. It's almost 12. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock where I am. So, but the memes are coming out. I don't know. Let's see what happens if he tries to say he won this. I just hope he can have some humility and say,
Oh,
you
he's not
know,
going to admit that he lost. He's not. There's no way. Let me keep this up. Let me take it off mute now that they're past the ad placement part so we can hear it right when it comes back on. To read the difference, right? The big difference is not whether the killing was intentional. In Utah, ordinary murder can already mean intentionally or knowingly causing another person's death. Wait here. In the Tyler Robinson case, the distinction is huge. The actual charging document alleges that Robinson intentionally or knowingly caused Charlie Kirk's death and knowingly created a great risk of death to another person besides Kirk and Robinson. So the aggravating circumstance prosecutor specifically charged under, and then it gives a number. And so, yeah, the difference, sorry, the first part wasn't about Utah. Requires murder plus at least one specific aggravating circumstance listed in the Utah code. So it is a big difference. It's not a small, minute difference.
Yeah. Well, I trusted her on that. Speaking of trust, she did make some good points earlier about, hey, like I'm just, because a lot of people, especially on X, when we're in these spaces, and from what Andrew said, and any criticism of her has been the anonymous sources, and he went to the hypothetical and the kind of he went to his logician side using logic and saying, hey, well, I can just say my sources say your sources aren't very good. And she had an amazing response to that. It didn't phase her whatsoever. She said, well, yeah, but like when my sources report, and I reported on my show and I dropped all the photos, which is what I've been saying in spaces too, and how I've been arguing with Andrew and other people. And I've been saying, like, yeah, she's a net positive because for the investigation, because she's been dropping photos on the SUV, photos from behind Charlie, like many other number of things in relationship to timelines and things like that. And whether you like her or you hate her, the point is that this is where
All
the
right,
okay.
we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing.
Oh my goodness.
First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place.
Yes.
That I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I will I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won. If you did, support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right, that's it.
Ooh. Wow, can't believe it's been four hours, man. I thought it felt like 2. I was enjoying that, but I don't know. You go, man. You go. Or let's we got to go to some of the chatters, I think, because
yeah, for sure. I do want to say one thing though, that she was doing great when talking about the case and the evidence and the lack of evidence and the chain of custody issues, the hearsay, the testimony, Officer Bagley, the surveillance footage. Like, she was willing and wanting to continue down that road. Andrew saw he was losing that. And that's when he switched gears and made it this personal thing to kind of go after Candace and the things she said on her show. And he has his guys and ladies, whoever in the back room, that are going to pull up these clips. Obviously, he also partnered with TPUSA. Well, okay, not obviously. I don't know who sent him that text. Someone connected to TPUSA that could, or that was on the text. Maybe it was someone else on the text thread. But even still, if they're on the text thread regarding Charlie, it still had to do with TPUSA. So in some way, affiliated with TPUSA sent him that text to try to push that narrative. Remember that Charlie supposedly on the days leading up to the 10th was afraid that the left was going to kill him. That was not an accident. So I don't know. I found that super sus. All right. I think I'm all caught up on super chats. These are just gifts that have come through. Thank you guys. Do you have any chats on your end?
It's actually just, it's kind of a lot of Andrew hate. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it's just kind of, I think it's a lot of people just kind of making fun of him because let's face it, I think it was a landslide. I really don't even think it was close. He was unfamiliar with the case. He admitted that. He starts off the debate saying he's 75 to 85% sure, which by and attorneys online saying 75 to 80% sure is absolutely reasonable doubt. So he's admitting to reasonable doubt.
Yep.
So he's essentially admitting this guy should not be held accountable for this.
Right.
So right out of the gate, there's a problem with, he's walking into a problem there. Again, it just, for me, it's really just a landslide. I don't know what else to add. Anything else from you? Like what else stood out? You've been very articulate about everything.
I'm just kind of, my mind is still like in awe that everything came together as far as it's like a culmination, right? I've been kind of like debating him and all of that, and he's been reaching out to Candace and she won't respond, and Barron won't respond, Ian Carroll won't respond. For then I forget how it happened, but eventually now she does find out about Andrew, and then they're doing this debate, and then a large sum of money is involved that gets transferred over for, she's making $100,000 per hour, basically, not counting whatever other additional money that came through her channel, which I'm sure is probably over $25,000-$50,000. Who knows? Not to mention what YouTube's giving her. So yeah, it's a big windfall of cash. She had just exhibited like a lot of confidence, didn't seem rattled at any point by really anything. It didn't fall into the traps, the different logical hypothetical traps that he does. He looked very nervous and uncomfortable. So yeah, I think you want to say something.
Are you kind of saying like, why would they have agreed to all this when literally it seems like Candace benefited more than anyone out of all these factors, whether it's financially, publicity, even public image, how the public views her before, now, after that? Like, why would they have agreed to this kind of, is that kind of what you were getting at?
I was just doing an overview at a high level look at it, but I think it would have been beneficial for Andrew's side if he was walking into a debate where he could conclusively point out why somebody is, which is what I think they're trying to do, or what he was trying to do, is point out that this person is hallucinating. Right. That's what he routinely says, that people online that are sleuthing, he essentially equates that to mostly women, because women do watch, their 70% plus of true crime watchers. So he says it's women, and they are hyped up on drugs, SSRI medication.
Wait, did he say this too?
Absolutely. And wine, right? Wine moms, that's where this whole thing came from, right? So he's got these different tropes that and so what he's appealing to there is that, yeah, we have a problem with women in America being having excessive antipsychotic drug use. So to be kind of comedic, he's combining that and conflating that with women who also look into true crime. And he's just essentially saying, oh, these women are sitting around. This is an investigation. They just are hopped up on wine and drugs, antipsychotics, and they're just making a bunch of conspiracy theories, which she points out, and I'm glad she did, that this word is manifested from JFK.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And so
conspiracy theorists.
Conspiracy theorists. Yes. Which in and of itself is like interesting, because maybe people don't know that, or it's just the irony of it, the fact that that turned out to be a conspiracy, not a theory, but an actual conspiracy.
Right.
And for him to, so the official narrative. So my point is that it would have been beneficial if he was able to come in there and make her look like a lunatic, and he certainly they didn't accomplish that.
Yeah. Guess the reason why my ears perked up and I asked you if that's Andrew's official take on this. Guess whose official take on this is that exact same thing?
Jack Posobiec.
All of it. So do you see who I have pulled up on the screen?
I do. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
This was yesterday. This is their thought crime last night. They literally, everything you just said, verbatim, even the SSRIs, online women being the ones that are, spreading all these conspiracies because they're so into true crime shows. Like literally, that's what this whole episode yesterday was on Thought Crime.
Gotcha. I'm not shocked. Did you want to look at who's got some reactions right now? I wonder,
X?
like from the other side, like the official narrative side, anywhere,
Okay.
anywhere.
Let
We
me
could maybe.
see.
I'll look also, but we
Yeah.
could maybe look at that. They're gonna say it's a landslide. Maybe Crowder.
Yeah, let me see who's still streaming or if they've cut their stream. I know some of them stopped streaming. Like, let's see, when did the Crucible end his? Wait,
I'm looking also.
why isn't it letting me click on this? Let me go to the next one. Let's go to Officer Tatum. I think he stopped listening, like somewhat through. Where is it? Let me get to like the end where he is just him. Let's see what he said.
Video of Tyler Robinson in the hearing, or when he was at the substation.
Hold on.
And they later
Mama
clips together. But just my take on this interview, and y'all can go watch it on Candace's show. You can go watch it on Patrick David or Andrew Wilson's show. My whole take on this is that she just made a bag. She's made a bag. $300,000 to do that debate. You don't have to really be held accountable for nothing you say. None of them really have any concrete, unequivocal evidence. They've shown some things that I think it made Andrew appear to be winning this debate so far. But at the end of the day, they still haven't gotten to half of the stuff that they need to talk about. And Patrick David needs to moderate moving forward just a little bit, because, and the crazy thing is that Candace has said, and I saw the video, the guy Milk TV posted it, that Erica killed Charlie. Unequivocally, Erica killed Charlie. Erica got him killed.
Erica is partially responsible, or Candace has never said that Erica killed Charlie. I've never seen a clip where Candace has actually made that statement like that. Have you?
I haven't. And hey, like they can't cry about it now. That's the whole point of the debate prep. They should have found the clips. They should have played the clips. I mean, I haven't heard her say that. No.
Yeah. Here, let's go to, what is it, Brian Atlas. Let's see what he says right when it ended.
All right. So we got some chats coming in. Appreciate it, guys. Again, it's streamlabs.com/whatever.
Roses has donated $20.
No, I don't want to hear what your chat is saying. All right, Brian. Let's see what Crowder said at the end. Some of these guys, they didn't even finish the entire stream. They like watched it to a certain point and then stopped. Hold on.
LGBTQ issue.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna clip her. Or hold on, is it still going? All right, we'll go to the end, right? No, he's still playing her. Hold on, I'm trying to get to the point where it's just him talking.
Every single fact check that we have gone over, and including some fact checks that we didn't have time for. And that's where you can hit the give, send, go, because I will tell you, it was a lot for Andrew to make it out there, go to her basement, get travel arranged, $300,000. So, you can throw some support if you want to see these debates. You will only see these debates take place when people like Andrew show up for free, or I would show up for free, and people like Candace get paid $500,000 or $300,000. That's the name of the game. It is ransom that you're paying. But I think today was quite illuminating, and I would like to see the poll. I think we put a poll up on social media. Let me see that, and then I want to go through some claims, and then we can perhaps check in with Gerald.
We'll get our poll as well, but they did send in PBDs, 15,000 votes,
favored Candace won 38%, favored Candace but Andrew won 9%, and then favored Andrew won 45%, favored Andrew Candace won 8%. So overall, Andrew at about 54%.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, is it 54? Hold on.
I don't know,
40,
let's
no,
45 and 9.
45
plus 9.
45 plus 9 is 54, but then, oh wait, Candace won. Okay, yeah, 54%. That's true. I love, I don't know why, even though it's, okay, so look, so we got 54%. She's at that point, if we do the math, but also you have to divide in half because she's black and she doesn't have biceps like this. You know, so we divide it by the roots factor. We call it the roots factor, or perhaps we call it 12 years of Candace. That's what we do, but we talk about it that way. But we don't want to be racist, right? My brother, okay, my man, come invest with PBD. We have our poll?
Waiting on that.
All right, let me go through some claims then, and then you guys kind of help me out. So, again, if you want to see more of this, I would do. Here's the thing. I'll tell you this.
54% on a platform that favors, ultimately, I think that favors the
Andrew.
official narrative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is a W for Candace, in my opinion.
Yes.
I mean, I do like how they broke it up, favored, you know, through favored Candace, voted. How did they break it up? Favored. You can put who you think won and who you favored. I think that's good. The sample size is probably a little bit small, 15,000.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I favored Candace. Candace won 38%. I favored Candace. Andrew won 9%. I favored Andrew. Andrew won 45%. I favored Andrew. Candace won 8%.
Yeah.
This guy is streaming from Gary's channel. This guy already trolls with Jen, the producer. This is from Paramount Tactical's channel.
Oh, I don't even know what that's going to be. It's going to be nonsense.
I just want to hear what they say at the very end real quick.
And the amount of people that are in both of our streams, make sure if you're watching on my live stream right now, definitely make sure you come on over to Paramount Tactical's channel here and give a like and subscribe. I would be very
How
grateful
about you
for
tell
that.
us what you believe?
Also, once we kind of go black here,
agreement. Therefore, she does not get the 300,000. I'm gonna go back and try to find it on the video and take a clip of it. I've already sent some comments over to Andrew that he should get his $300,000 back.
What?
She clearly lied through the majority of the debate. I mean, it's stupid, and anybody with half a brain could see what she was doing. It's ridiculous.
absolutely. I don't think she did this whatsoever. She's
Bro, these people are unreal.
I know. If they think they're getting that money back, they're insane. That's not going to happen. And you don't want to get into financial battles with Candace.
Candace Owens, come on.
Like she would be using your money to litigate.
Yes.
You know? So it's not a good idea. But I want to go back to the 54% as well. You don't have to change screens. I'm just saying the 54%, right? How Crowder broke it down. What that also, when you're saying that, okay, Candace, people, what would that be? 46% of people agree with Candace. What you're saying is that's a high amount of skepticism within this case.
Yes.
That's an incredible amount of skepticism. So it's not just about, okay, she won or lost.
Right.
It's about like people legitimately on a platform that favors the official narrative find a ton of skepticism within this case. That's not good. Because the skepticism doesn't rely on just problems with the case. It also relies on a little bit of foul, like I want to say foul play, but just what the heck's the word I'm looking for? Just nefarious action by government entities. We're talking about the state here. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm trying to
now if it was like 70 or 80% favoring Andrew,
then you could say, well, she lost, but then you might also still be able to say, in addition to she lost, hey, I don't think that these things are compelling that she's brought forward. If she's only lost by 46% or but lost 54 to 46, then yeah, that's compelling. That's, she's bringing forth compelling things.
Yeah, and you guys in the audience, if you guys want to send comments or questions, get them in. I have one that is unread right here. It says, crazy that the poll on PBD's channel had Andrew winning at 44% versus 39%, with the remainder going to others categories. Notice the discrepancy of 99% to 1% here. Do you follow that? Uncle Tom?
Let me see. No.
Yeah, I didn't follow. I don't know what
Upper room, I'm sure that you're right, whatever you're saying. I'm just not, it's not computing right now. We've been on stream 4 hours, so I'm not
that's true
computing it.
Because here is the percentages. I don't know what the discrepancy.
So here we go. So here's the other thing. So clearly this indicates most people favored Andrew. Isn't that what this tells you on PPDs?
Yeah.
45 to 38. What is a like not a common denominator, but a control here is, you notice the 8 and 9%, that's within like a very tiny variation.
Yep.
So I think that I would look to the 45% to say, okay, this tells me that people on here like Andrew more, which can also point to people saying, I favor Candace and Andrew won. So so people could also skew it that way. But ultimately, I'd like to see, a neutral poll with like 50,000 people. That would be nice. I don't know. Someone's going to be coming with that. I'm not sure. What is do we have Dave Smith's final poll?
I can pull it up. I was looking on X to see what's going on. Baron says checking my scorecard. Number one, a Smoke Boy conceded to Candace Owens. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is not overwhelming. I agree. He did. Game over. Thanks for playing. The investigation continues in good faith as we seek the answers to questions Smoke Boy agrees we have a right to ask. Yeah. Let me pull up. Wait, what did PBD say here? PBD says Andrew Wilson defends calling Erica too retarded to kill her husband was just his normal online humor. Candace Owens, when you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like me to explain evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded? Andrew Wilson, yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded. Andrew Wilson, come on. That's like normal tongue and cheek stuff for me online. Okay.
Yeah, it is normal for him.
It is.
It's satirical. It's to call out. He does rail against feminists, and he rails against just the fact that men are, attacked quite a bit for toxic masculinity and all this nonsense. But it doesn't look good on a state. You kind of gotta like hold some of that stuff back.
Yes.
Depending on, you got to read the room, right? So like when Baron showed up in my space the other night, everybody knows that I can have some outlandish jokes and satire and this and that, but I had to restrain a little bit. Baron's in there. I've never spoken to him. I don't know his take on everything. And I mean, I know he's like a little bit to the right, or how he says populist right, fringe right, or something. But point being is, there's a lot of people in there. So I'm not just gonna go full like you know
Like your
full
normal mode. Yeah.
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 So go ahead.
You can finish your thought because then I was going to read this.
Yeah, I was going to add just read it because I'm not
Okay.
sure.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Anyone with ears can hear Candace won. Candace owned him. I sent a new emoji to your email. Might give everyone a debate boost. I saw it. It'll take me a moment to like download it, save it, make it small enough, and then I have to go into the back line of the studio, YouTube Studio Creators app in order to save it to where I could get it to where you guys could put it up here. I can try to do that while we keep talking, but also do you have a space that you're doing after this, dude?
90 minutes. I will be, and I will put that on my timeline on X. 90 minutes. I will be doing a space. So you guys will see that pop up on my timeline, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's probably going to get quite large, honestly.
There's 3 spaces right now going. Let me see. We have Blake's, and then we have This Authentic. They're both regarding the debate, and then and this other one by Trillion. And then you have, Paramount's live stream still going by that one guy. I don't know where Gary actually is. Oh wait, there's more actually. And then there's one by Chris as well. So there's at least 4 spaces and then 1 live stream going on right now. Oh, yeah, no, Alex Jones is not about the debate, but everyone else is about the debate right now. I kind of wanted. What time do you need to hop off so you can prepare for your X space, dude?
I'm just waiting until whenever you kick me off, then I'll jump whenever you gotta go.
All right, I'm gonna see what some of these guys.
Present on the gun. It was present on the Dremel and the towel. The DNA for the father was present on the gun. So they have excluded Lance Twiggs from the gun, but she doesn't know those details. Whereas for your
Oh my gosh, I think that's Mitch Mango, huh?
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. This is what I was gonna say. So Matt, what's gonna happen based on this loss? Because Andrew's not. He's a little bit. He can be delusional, but he's not completely stupid. I think he knows he lost. He didn't put his best foot forward. There's going to be a lot of memes. He's going to get the message. And I think what he's going to do now is he's going to take everything that he's earned from this Give, Send, Go, and he is going to donate that to try to save face. That's my prediction. You guys heard it here first. He's going to try to save face and put this money to the Kirk family, even though he said some of it. I think he said he's trying to get $300K, and anything above that he was going to give to Kirk. I think I can't 100% remember, but nonetheless, I think he's just going to give it all away to show. It'll show 2 things. One, he didn't need the money. That's what he's going to prove. Oh, that $300K was nothing. I don't need it. And he's going to show that my interest is definitely in the Kirk family, and that's why I was doing this. And he's going to walk away with, probably a good little increase in viewers, maybe a good, 10, 15%. Let me see what his follower count is on X real quick.
Yeah, and his Give, Send, Go did go up 1,000, so now it's at 70,838.
That's it. Oh wow.
Yeah.
So he's got 204,000 on X. I think like 2 weeks ago he had 197,000 followers. So that's gonna continue to go up. I think on YouTube as well. That's probably definitely gone up already. I wish
Do you know
I
what it was? What it was?
I
before?
actually don't. Social Blade would tell us. There's some tools that'll tell us that, but I think it'll be an increase.
He's at 375 right now.
375. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look, and by next week Tuesday or something, because she'll be airing her show. That'll be a lot of viewers. It'll be, people will find him. So by Tuesday, things should even out, and we'll see how much he's gone up. But he did accomplish more viewership, and he accomplished more haters as well, of course, a lot more of those. So, but yeah, I think he's going to donate the money.
Yeah. Wait, did Officer Tatum post something on X? I'm seeing somebody sent me something in a message on X. Let me see. Officer Tatum. Okay, that's not the right one. It's a different. He has more than one. Wait, that's Brandon. I want the officer one. Officer Tatum.
Guys, we got some Fed sloppers in the chat. You guys know what to do. Just go ahead and buy me an MRE. Link is in the. That's what I do over here. Matt, is to remove the Fed sloppers out of the chat. They just have to buy me an MRE. It's not buy me a coffee on my channel. It's buy me an MRE for my bunker.
Gotcha. I don't know why it won't let me see his page on X. I don't know. Maybe he has me blocked.
I don't think so.
Well, remember, so in the days after the preliminary hearing, he put out, he said that he'd be willing to debate anybody on this. And I responded to him immediately saying, I'd love to sit down and talk with him and debate. And he never responded. I mean, Andrew did the same thing. He agreed to debate and then he backed out. So, but I mean, I think I couldn't have done any better than Candace. So, I mean, I think her debating him is a much better thing. And it got to more people. And she's way better at this than me. So, hats off to her. But, yeah.
Yep. Big time. Yeah, she just has a way of humbling folks. She definitely humbled me. I didn't know the 7 charges.
I didn't know them either. I mean, like I knew what they were, but I didn't have that memorized for sure.
The one that was most on my mind was the one about discharging a firearm in a crowd with minors. That was the one. And then obviously murder, which we know is aggravated murder. And that's why this stuff is helpful. That's why debate is helpful and discussions are helpful, because people are out there walking around talking about, Tyler is being charged with murder. Well, that's just false. It's not. It's aggravated murder. And so that makes a difference. So just things like that is a good reason to discuss this and clear the record. She's going to be she enjoys a great weekend spa treatment and come back Monday ready to drop the hammer. And you know what? Another reason why she outclasses people, and she would outclass me. He even threw some jabs at the end. He tried to poison the well by saying she just had 0. He said 0 and zilch, nothing. He said all that continuously for like a good 90 seconds. And just trying to poison the well in the audience to make it seem like she just basically did nothing for 4 hours.
Right.
And then she came back and her retort was, hey, I want to compliment Andrew for coming out.
Yes.
And so that's class.
Yes.
Right. I would have crashed out. I would have still been attacking. I would have been my closing statement would have been an attack. The last word, I would have been putting him down, shaming him. Don't let the door hit you. Thank you for your 300K. Thank you for the 300K. I'm going to be using that on my upcoming legal fees. I would have done all of that. So it just shows you the class.
100%. I think we're going to end right now. We're at 5 hours and 35 minutes and I got to stream later tonight and I need to go do some things. But, dude, Uncle Tom, thank you so much for coming, dude.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, good stopping point. For my stream, I'm going to stay live, talk to you guys for a little bit longer. But no, I appreciate it, Matt. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll be talking here. Hopefully, if you stop by the space in
will.
about less than 90 minutes.
I will. And we'll do this again. We'll do another collab in the future, dude.
Yeah, we'll connect on that. Thanks, man. Take care.
All right, later. All right, guys, let's see. I've gotten through all the super chats. Unless you guys have any you want to get in before I hop off. Let's see what some of you guys have said in the. Yep, she's classy. He's trashy. He's probably chain smoking while Rachel berates him on the phone. Yeah. I bet Candace feels like she needs a Silkwood scrub down after being in Andrew's presence. Yep, I agree. Let's see. Candace is super classy. Andrew was not, but he is not going to let a woman outclass him. That's why PBD was there. Yeah, PBD should have stayed. A mod interjecting in the debate is not his job. I agree with that, Callie Dime. That like he had some moments in there where he was like questioning Candace, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And then there was only like one time that he questioned Andrew, and I was like, "Well, at least he did it one time." But yeah, I felt that he kind of stepped out of the role as moderator, and he kind of showed like where he really was. And a couple times he promoted Andrew more than Candace, and I think that was obvious. So. All right, you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining today. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like and subscribe. Write a comment underneath the video when it posts. Throw an emoji in. Hit the hype points. Helps get the video out to new viewers. And yeah, always make sure that you're subscribed. Stay tuned for future content. I'll be doing a show later tonight. Love you guys so much. God bless you guys. Take care.